Well, good morning, everybody. I think we'll go ahead and get started so we can keep everything as close to on time as possible. My name is Doug Jenkins with the Findlay Hancock County Chamber of Commerce. I'll serve as MC for today. Just a couple of housekeeping measures before we get started. If you need to use the restrooms, if you're not familiar with Winebrenner here, the restrooms are outside that door. If you're a University of Findlay student, you need to sign in for any credit that you need to receive. You can do that back that direction, I believe. There you go. He's waving. We've got that taken care of for you. On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce and the Findlay Hancock County Alliance, we'd like to welcome you to today's forum. The Technology Information Committee is a big part of what we do at the Chamber. We know that to continue to have a vibrant business community here in Findlay, have to take care of things on the cybersecurity, and so this is always a big thing on our schedule each year. A little about my relationship with technology. I'm a home automation enthusiast. About 75% of the lights in our house can be controlled through the phone. I mostly use it just to shut the lights off when the kids leave the house because they forget to shut the lights off in their bedroom. I can code a little bit, but usually I just break things. So because of that, I'll be introducing people and not really imparting any wisdom today. So let's bring up our first speaker. With that said, Helen Schneider is Associate Professor of Computer Sciences and Technology Management here at the university, and she has some updates from CSCI and TIC.
Good morning. It's wonderful to have so many of you here today. This is, I think, a record-breaking crowd for us. I think we have some slides. The first set of slides with the updates. I'm going to give you a little bit of the updates about what we've been doing in computer science and at the TIC committee through the chamber. And yeah, that's the set. Is there one at the beginning? Is that the first one that's there? Okay. Oh, just 21st annual. Okay. All right. Well, we'll jump right in. And I've got the clicker. All right. So the Center for Electronic Data Education and Information Assurance, or CEDIA, is our Center for Outreach in Information Assurance and Cybersecurity. And we announced it last year at the forum, and it will be the hub where we're going to coordinate some things. We've had some exciting developments in this past year. We became a Center of Academic Excellence in Cybersecurity. It was a fair amount of documentation of the good things that we do, including the forum here and some other things. And it says that we maintain a program for our undergraduates in information assurance that is a worthwhile credential. So our program of study was validated, and then we became the Center of Academic Excellence based on our outreach and activities. And we received that recognition in the spring of 2022. And NSA and the Department of Homeland Security award this designation to institutions that commit to continuing to do that. So just as we commit to do the forum each year, we'll commit to doing these additional activities. So again, we're very happy to have so many of you here and from different schools, colleges, and high school students as well. So, and of course, our business community. And that's one of the things that we do that's a little bit different in our collaborations from some of the other ones. The Northwest Ohio Cyber Collaborative is an outreach from the Ohio Cyber Range, and the Ohio Cyber Range has regional programming centers around, and we went into a partnership collaboration with Tiffin University, Centricom, and the Findlay City Schools, and we became a regional programming center. Tiffin, just like the University of Findlay, was also designated as a Center of Academic Excellence in Cybersecurity last spring. So we've got some higher education, we've got some K-12, and we've got the business community, and we're kind of unusual in that way. Most of the other regional programming centers are designated at one specific university, or maybe a collaboration of some universities or similar organizations, but we're trying to reach across many partnerships. And we got a $65,000 grant to help implement some programming during this year, and that's going to be split up among the 4 different institutions. And the Ohio Cyber Range provides capacity for businesses, for educational institutions to be able to do everything from capture the flag events to doing workforce development to doing other educational programming. So you can look for more of that coming from the Northwest Ohio Cyber Collaborative in the coming year. Today we're going to recognize our Information Assurance Certificate recipients, and I'm going to call them to the stage. We have a program in information assurance. We've had it for a number of years, but this is the first year that they get to have the designation from the Center of Academic Excellence. So when they get their certificates, they not only get the certificate that they've earned, but also then a copy of that. And you can see our certificate back at the computer science table at the back by the Ohio Cyber Range banner and so on there at the back. So I'm going to call it Blake first. Blake Amasquita is from Mount Blanchard, Ohio. He is currently working at Science Applications International Corporation, otherwise known as SAIC, and he is a software engineer and working remotely. He's also come back to school for his MBA, and he's gained some additional certifications while he's been working as a Scrum Master and a Certified Product Owner as a part of the Project Management Institute. So we are very proud of all that Blake has done, and I have his certificate for him. So Blake. All right, and you're going to stay up here, right? Next, I'm going to call up Will Knabel. And Will is from Delphus, Ohio, and he is working for the Center for Internet Security as a device support specialist. And he also has gotten some additional certifications. He is now GIAC Certified Incident Handler. So again, adding to their credentials, and you can see some of their past work there as well. Will? All right. Next, we have Espen Taylor. Next we have Duncan Longberry, who couldn't be with us today because he is currently out of town on a business trip. So Duncan is working for a marathon, and so he wasn't able to be here, but we will get his certificate to him. Now we have Espen Taylor. So Espen, come on up. Espen just recently was hired by Centricom, one of our sponsors for the day, and so he will be working as a Network Operations Center technician. And we know that Centricom encourages certifications, so I suspect we'll have certifications coming for Espen as well. All right, and now, number 5, Caitlin Trausch is now working at Calmback Feeds as an IT service desk technician. So she is also gainfully employed and putting those skills to use. There we go. All right. We are very proud of our certificate recipients. The students who are going to present this morning, they will also get this opportunity to come back next year to the forum to get their certificates. So we'll be putting that on their calendar so they know when to come back. But again, a round of applause, please, for all of our certificate recipients. Nice job, guys. They will be around during the day, so some of you, if you have questions about what's involved in the process or you want to know about the places that they're working at, some of the students from Millstream, if you want to know, gee, where can I go with this sort of a field? If I were to get a degree in this field, what would happen? You can talk to them because they are some excellent, fresh in the workforce just since the spring. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. And I think that's the end of my presentation. All right, thank you.
Next up on our agenda today, we have our student presentations, the CSCI 496 class, the Information Assurance Capstone Project with Albert, Bryson, Pylan, and Sanders. They are talking about the danger within, insider threats, and ransomware, which is a growing issue in this world.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Jacob Sanders, and we're going to talk about the danger within, look at insider threats and ransomware. I am part of the IA Capstone course. Along with me are Andrew Bryson, Steve and Albert, and Sean Pylan. So I'll start this off with some questions. Mostly rhetorical. So what do you think of when you hear insider threat And who exactly is an insider? And would you feel it would be easy to report a coworker that you've worked with for 20 years, maybe even the one that you invited to your barbecue last week? And how do you train someone to do that? And finally, what exactly causes someone to do something bad? We'll take a look at an example from a movie, Jurassic Park. Dennis Nedry. Dennis Nedry was the sole IT staff at the park, and he was tasked with automating the systems, keeping up security, and he worked with an outside group to steal dinosaur embryos and sell them. Now, this is obviously something bad and something that is unforgivable. But during the movie, we can see that there's at least some motivation for what he did. His boss is constantly telling him, hey, you need to do something better, and is very dismissive of his skills. And his boss is also well aware of his deep financial issues. And only having one IT person for an entire park is very strange when their motto is, we spare no expense. Moving on, let's talk about exactly what an insider threat is. An insider is someone inside the organization who uses their knowledge and heightened access of the company to steal, damage company property, or exact revenge. And insiders take advantage of poor access control. This is why the broken access control has moved to the #1 position in the OWASP top 10. It has been always on that list, but just recently it has jumped to #1. And this is a great reminder to use the principle of least privilege, where you give your employee the tools they need, and if they don't need access to financial systems, don't give them access to it. Let's talk about the types of insider threats. So the first major category is your unintentional threats. These fall into two different subcategories of accidental and negligent. An accidental threat is someone who mistakenly does something. These can usually be prevented through policy or training, but they're always there. Some examples of this would be someone's having a bad day, and they see an email come in with a link to it, and they click it, and it turns out it is a phishing email. It's just purely an accident, but it still does damage. The next subcategory is your negligence. Negligent insiders, they know the policy, but they don't follow it for some reason. Say a security guard at the front desk, some worker comes in and they say, oh, I forgot my badge. Can you let me in? The security guard sees the person is wearing their brightly colored vest, they have the tools, they look like they're legitimate. So they let them in without the badge anyway. And this person turns out to be someone who steals their data. This is something that could have been prevented. The security guard obviously knows the policy that they need a badge, but they don't do it. Then our next is intentional, which is probably a lot more of what you'd think of when you think of an insider threat, where an insider plans to harm an organization for personal gain, revenge. And then we'll move on to other types of insider threats, which deal with outsiders. So the first one is a collusive threat, where an insider works directly with an outsider to the organization to do any of the previously discussed things, commit fraud, steal data for revenge. And this is what Dennis Nedry, that's what kind of outsider he was, or insider he was. And then finally, third-party threats, where an insider is associated with a third party that you have let into your organization. Say they're cleaning staff, they are your internet service providers, and they, inside of their organization, they, one of their employees tries to get revenge on your company, or an insider in their organization does something to expose a threat inside of your networks. So now we've talked a lot about the types and exactly what insider threats are, I'd like to bring Andrew up here. He will talk about the statistics and possible prevention of insider threats. So please welcome Andrew.
So now that Jacob's gone over some of the different types of insider threats, what are some of the statistics around these types of threats? One of the largest or most surprising statistics is that it can take up to 85 days to actually detect that you have an insider threat issue. So in the IT world, where things move very quick, 85 days is, or almost 3 months, is quite a long time where these people would have access to your network, be stealing information, releasing information to other businesses or other third parties. A few other statistics around insider threats are that 26% have a malicious intent, but over half of your insider threats are 56% are actually due to your employee negligence, where your companies actually have the correct processes or security systems in place, but an employee is not actually following the right protocols. And then another 18% which are actually your credential theft, and this could be through malicious, through negligence of using a password that they may have used in a personal account, or the accidental type of threats. So now that we know some of the statistics around insider threats, how can we go about preventing an insider or minimizing the risk of having an insider issue? So the first thing I want to go over is how we, like some poor methods of dealing with these. Because we need to be careful how we implement the steps to reach a compliance level that we want within our business. If we start becoming that like big brother type of employer or manager, then your employees start to become more, they could potentially become more like the Dennis Nedrys like Jacob had talked about earlier. And so we need to be careful, and it's kind of a fine line that we have to walk for the amount of security that we need, but also not making our employees feel like they're being trapped in that box. So what are the proper ways to go about dealing with insider threats? The first way is to recognize some of the indicators more related to that malicious threat, and some of these indicators could be you have an employee who is working a 8 to 5 job, but they're accessing files at 3 or 4 a.m. from home and that may be odd. So you may need to look into that, figure out what they're accessing, why they're doing it, and if there is a malicious intent behind it. The second way we can go about reducing the risk of having insider threats is to enhance the awareness of that unintentional or negligent insider threat. In order to reduce this risk, you will need to implement more consistent trainings so that your employees stay more up to date on exactly the processes they need to follow, because sometimes you may have them in place, but they forget because maybe it's something they only do once or twice a month. So you need to keep that training up so that you are able to keep your security at the level that it needs to be. Along with this, we also need to train employees to recognize those phishing or other like social media threats, because everybody's seen the Facebook ads where it's like, hey, what's your mother's maiden name? And you're like, oh yeah, sure, I'll put that in there. Well, that's a security question, and now you've caused more risk for your employer. So, hold on. Encrypted files, and I have 71 hours remaining. I'm sorry for this. Maybe, Stephen, do you know what we could do next to deal with this?
Thanks. Yeah, hopefully you've never seen a splash screen like this before. This is kind of what happens for a ransomware attack. There's some scary splash screen with bolded letters and like some kind of countdown of how long you have to pay a ransom so your files will be unencrypted. I'm guessing a few of you who worked in cybersecurity have seen a splash screen like this, but for the rest of you, hopefully you don't, ever. So first, I'll just give a general overview of ransomware. So the definition of ransomware is a type of malicious software designed to block access to a computer system until a sum of money is paid. The motive is always financial, essentially. It encrypts information so it's not usable. So essentially anything on your drive is no longer usable, or any computers that are infected. And globally, criminals actually profit $1 billion annually from the ransoms. And the perpetrators of these ransomware attacks are usually criminal enterprises overseas. First, I'll talk about some real-world examples of ransomware that have happened in the last 4 years. The first one is Atlanta. In 2018, the city of Atlanta was attacked by ransomware. The attack was made by the Samsung group in Iran. They encrypted everything from financial system to the courts to literally everything that the city deals with. It disrupted everything from your court dates to your SNAP payments so people could not get food. It really just disrupted everything the city had to offer. There had been a previous audit for the city that actually showed there were over 1,000 security vulnerabilities. This is a city that was not up to date on cybersecurity. They didn't make it a priority, and they paid the price. They're actually using Windows Server 2003, which was not supported at all. And what's funny, so the ransom that was asked for the city was actually only $50,000. But the end-up total cost to the city was over $2.6 million to fix the issue. Another recent attack was Colonial Pipeline last year in 2021. I think many of you might remember that. So this attack was made by a group called DarkSide, likely out of Russia, and they got in through a weak VPN password. So those extra passwords are really important to be able to keep secure. They stole lots of information, but the ransomware itself was not actually what stopped the pipeline. They actually stopped it themselves to make sure the ransomware did not spread. They ended up paying a $4.4 million ransom the day after the attack. Some was later recovered by the FBI, but again, this is quite a large ransom. And the gas prices nationwide were actually increased quite a bit during this time because of the attack. Although there was no gas shortage, there was the perception of a shortage. Another attack that you probably haven't heard of is a company called CNA Financial in the United States last year. This again was the attacking group was called Evil Core, is out of Russia, but they actually got into this company through a fake browser update. They ended up stealing information and encrypting over 15,000 systems of this company. And they ended up making a payout after 2 weeks, and it was $40 million, which is the biggest known ransomware payout. Unfortunately, cases like these make ransomware even more prevalent because criminals know how much money they can make from this. This is a graph from the Verizon Data Breach Investigation Reports from last year, the DBIR. It shows a significant increase in malware in attacks for information systems. If you look at the yellow line, how big of an increase malware has had recently compared to the other threats. So I'll go to some general statistics. According to the DBIR from Verizon, the occurrence of ransomware and breaches in 2021 actually increased 13%. It was the largest increase. It was more than the last 5 years combined. So ransomware is becoming even more prevalent today than it has been. And in breaches that contain any sort of malware from any sort of virus or something like that, actually almost 74% of breaches had malware. Also, 34% of the organizations that were surveyed, which is thousands of organizations, actually had a malware threat last year. And according to CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure and Security Agency, they actually reported that 14 of the 16 critical infrastructure sectors in the U.S. have been under attack by ransomware attacks. It's just something that affects all companies from all sorts of industries, and it's really a national security threat that it is contained and dealt with. Next, Sean will talk to you a bit about how ransomware has changed over the last few years.
So over the years, there's been different changes in ransomware targets. Beginning with the RAAS, people are actually buying the ransomware software off of criminals so they could actually use it against different companies. As Stephen stated, public cities, infrastructure, and public hospitals actually started becoming more targets for these malicious actors to attack. And double extortion has become more popular recently, as it's making companies pay once and then keep their files on hand to blackmail them into another payment. And then holiday and weekend attacks have also become more popular as well, as there's no one in the office to stop these attacks. So then with all these attacks happening, let's go to where it became popular. So this graph actually just starts in 2017, but the first ransomware was actually in 1989 called the Age Trojan. So in 2017, the first iteration of ransomware delivery system was spotted, and it was spam, drive-by, and exploit kits. And then in 2018, the model of RAAS becomes the norm for attacking companies. And in 2019 was the emergence of the double extortion. And then in 2020, when the pandemic hit, multiple targets such as education, healthcare, were being attacked, and the nation state of Iran started using ransomware more often. Triple extortion also started becoming used, as it just didn't attack the company, it also attacked the clients using their information personally and getting money out of them. In 2021 was the proactive fight against ransomware, as the ransom specialized form, or the RAMP, was a form on the dark web that allowed English and Chinese speaking criminals to access and get more information about it. And then in 2022, the nation state of Russia started using ransomware more often because of the Ukraine war. Now that we've looked at the recent years, let's take a look at the different tools that might help with these different types of situations. So cyber insurance actually helps with the payouts of the different ransomware that's being used, so the company doesn't have to shell out the thousands or millions of dollars to get their information back. There's different types of cybersecurity response hotlines, such as the Cybersecurity Response Company or the FBI. You can call these hotlines and they'll give you advice on what to do. Most of the time the advice will be do not pay. And if you look at the graph, you can see the different ways the ransomware will get into your systems. Constant updates. If you constantly update with the recent patches, it'll become harder for these malicious actors to get into your systems. Train your employees. If your employees are trained and they know what they're looking for, it'll be harder for them to make a mistake. And then the least amount of privilege, enforce it. So if the person does not need all of the privilege in your company, do not give them it. And ransomware affects people every day, but let's see how it affects businesses. The business impact. So being kicked out of a business systems for at least 1 week can cause delays and money loss. Other than private businesses, electrical grids, water systems, and hospitals can all be attacked, which affects the public and their safety. Including this, the CIA triad is included because it can include loss of availability, confidentiality, and the integrity of the information that is being stored. Business continuity plan. Any plan is better than no plan. If you have something set, you're doing better than most. Frequent and tested backups. If you always back up your information that is being stored, then there is no issue if you're locked out of your system. Practice going through the process. If you practice and you know what to do, then there will be no issue when the ransomware hits. And offline documents and procedures. Not everything has to be created online. So if it's not stored online, it's not easy to get. So here are references that we used for the entire presentation. Now, does anyone have any questions?
The first question goes to Jacob. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Jacob, would you say someone who deliberately ignores working procedures or under unintentional insider threats?
So you're talking about if someone deliberately goes against policy?
I mean work procedures. because you said there are two types of deliberate and intentional and unintentional, right? So I'm asking, would you say someone who deliberately knows working procedures or unintentional? Because you said that.
Yeah, so the negligence thing is the intentions of it, get a little weird at that point, but the negligence, if they are just trying to express the good nature of someone or something, then if they know the policy but they just don't follow it, they make an exception, that would probably be more unintentional since they aren't trying to take down the company. But if they ignore the policy and deliberately are trying to do something bad, their intentions are not just like trusting the good nature of someone, they are actively trying to get revenge, then that probably would be more of an intentional kind of threat. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. Just a follow-up. Are there any whistleblowers to expose these kind of people? Are there any whistleblowers to expose these kind of people who are engaged with insider work?
Inside of the company, you can train people to honestly report or give some way of at least telling them, hey, please follow the policy.
How do you decide people to check?
I'm not sure. It'd be mostly just sort of monitoring.
Another question could be for any of you. All right. Hello? Yeah. I would like to ask, are there any documentation about insider threats or ransomware for information officers to keep themselves abreast with latest technologies? I'm talking about documentation.
There's a lot of security frameworks that have developed for that. The general resource of accept these policies that are used for companies, and these will cover phishing and things like that. Training that they need to. I think that's kind of what they're looking for there. So there's some sort of policy, and a lot of the cybersecurity frameworks that companies might use will probably add something that will help with that. They'll have a kind of template that might help the company grow and create their own policy.
I'll also add, they're looking for sources for insider threats. One of the sources we used a lot was the CISA. Their website has a very great webpage on going through what are the types of insider threats, a lot of resources for just looking at how to prevent or sort of see what the qualities of someone who might be a potential insider are. They have a lot of resources for that.
My last question. You talked about remedial measures not long ago. I would like to know, are there any resiliency tools that could make information organizations bounce back whenever there is a threat or an attack? Any resiliency tools? You talked about measures. I'm asking about tools.
I actually didn't research any tools when I was going into the continuity plan and stuff like that. I was actually just looking at the procedures that was being taken place in all the different businesses.
That'll be all, I guess.
Questions? Anybody else? Any other questions, anyone? We'll have you use the microphone if you're going to be asking questions, only because we have folks coming in via Zoom and it's being recorded, and we want to make sure that everybody can hear the question as well as the answer. Okay? Any other questions at the moment? All right, I'll turn it back over to you folks.
Thank you.
If you'd like the backstory on some of those ransomware attacks that they were talking about, I would highly suggest the podcast Darknet Diaries with Jack Resider. There are hundreds of stories just like what they were talking about, and the way that they generally gain access to a system is through exactly what they were describing today. We'd like to welcome Dr. Darren Fields, the Executive Vice President of Academic Affairs here at the University of Findlay, for today's welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the University of Findlay. On behalf of Dr. Fell and myself and everyone here at the university, we are so thrilled to see the room so full. I think this is record-breaking attendance for the forum, so that is really delightful. This is, as you probably saw in your materials, the 21st Information Assurance Forum. So that's quite a long time, since 2002. I reflected for just a few moments on how different the world was in 2002. A lot of our attendees here in the room were not here. Were not yet born, which makes me feel pretty old. But a high-end gaming PC in 2002 would have been a Pentium 4, like 2.4 gigahertz machine. And this little device didn't even appear until 2007. So when we think about and listen to the world of change, the rate of change, the amount of change, about the only thing that is certain is that that will continue and that that is a reality. The world of information and technology that most of you have grown up into is indeed very different and will continue to be so, which is why the topics of this conference and the attendees at this conference, both young people as well as business professionals, is so important every year to take a moment and explore these topics. So I am delighted that you're all here. I hope that you enjoy the day. It is absolutely a perfect day to want to sit inside and enjoy these topics. So you should not feel as though you're missing a beautiful sunshiny day outside, because you're not. Your time is much better spent in here. So again, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thanks to our high school students, to our attendees online, which also would not have been the case in 2002. We're delighted that you are all here and enjoy the topics and the presentations today. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. I actually graduated from the University of Findlay in 2002 and remember saving several projects on zip drives. The younger people in here do not remember zip drives, but they were good for one thing, and that was losing your project the day before it was due. That's going to bring us to our keynote speaker today, Taryn Williams, who serves as the Cybersecurity Advisor for the Department of Homeland Security at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. In this role, Taryn is responsible for bringing together critical infrastructure owner-operators with federal, state, local, and other stakeholders to maximize collaboration and minimize cyber risk in the state of Ohio. I believe you all have her biography, so I'm not going to read the entire thing, but please welcome Taryn Williams.
All right, good morning. Okay, so basically, usually a good speaker puts up an agenda, but I'm going to actually tell you my agenda real quick here. So we're going to do about an hour. I'm going to talk you guys through. I'm not going to throw you in the deep water at first, right? We're going to kind of make sure that you understand what incident response is, give you a little bit of insight into the reality of ransomware, and then this afternoon we'll come back after you get a little food in your stomach, and we'll start to work through some of those scenarios and talk through those and make you guys think a little bit. All right, so you get to go into listening mode for next hour or so, but everything that you learn during this hour is going to come into play in the afternoon, so at least pay attention to like half of it. All right, so let me give you a little bit of insight into kind of where I'm coming from. And since I have a younger, audience here, I'll give you guys, obviously, a little insight into how I got to where I'm at now. So when I was in college, I thought I was going to go to medical school. I was pre-med, and as the MC said, we didn't have necessarily cybersecurity degrees at the time, right? So always had kind of gravitated towards gaming, that sort of thing, but I had other things going on too, so obviously stayed on track and did the pre-med thing. Went off in the military. I did a ROTC scholarship, so they paid for my college, so they forced me off to active duty and went into the kind of the communications realm at that point. They select you, they tell you what you want, so I wanted to go medical. They said, you're going communications, and basically went off and did that for a while. Learned a lot of obviously the IT stuff, and I am running on my crutch word today again. I had obviously as a crutch word on Tuesday, and apparently it's back today, or Monday rather. So I'll try to catch myself, or you guys can make fun of me every time I say obviously. And then, so, as obviously, there it goes again. The systems evolved, communications turned into IT, and then eventually somebody had to do cybersecurity. So really, most of my cybersecurity training came from the military side. I'm still doing cybersecurity in the military side, which is nice because I finally, once in my life, have an alignment between my civilian life and my personal life. So do cybersecurity in my day job, and then I do cybersecurity on my other full-time job, but it's really my part-time job. So that's really where I'm coming from. Because I'm military, sometimes I tend to go into acronym speech. So if for some reason I start doing that, I can't see this group up here very well, but I can see this group down here very well. So if you guys see me start to talk in acronyms, the military has like an entire language of acronyms, then just somebody get my attention, and I'll try to backtrack and explain what I'm talking about. All right. So let me tell you a little bit about CISA. All right. Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. We are an agency under Department of Homeland Security. I'm not going to read you the vision and mission statement, but we're a relatively young organization for federal government. So just stood up in 2018. Work across all the 16 critical infrastructure sectors. And what I always tell people is, if you want to know kind of a day in a life of what I do on my DHS CISA side, I do incidents every day pretty much. But what in reality, what it looks like is one day I'll be in a hospital, the next day I may be in a city or a county, the next day in a school, the next day at a water plant, and then the last day of the week I may be in the electrical sector, right? And so a lot of variety. So I can't claim to know any one area really well, but I've got I guess a breadth of knowledge about a lot of the different areas. So just real quick, kind of make sure that you guys understand, because when I talk through some of these things, I'll throw these terms out, so I just want to make sure you guys understand these. IT, information technology. I know you all are like, yeah, I know what that is, right? That is, the things that you use at school, the things that most businesses use day-to-day, email, internet, that sort of thing. OT, operational technology, completely different world, and that is really the kind of the control systems for electrical, water plants. They're actually even in our schools because you have HVAC and that sort of thing, right? So, and as we get more and more connected, as somebody mentioned, lights are connected, that sort of thing. So, they've already converged actually, but they've converged over time. But in reality, you want to keep those very separated, right? If you don't know this, the most popular way to get into an OT system is actually come through the IT systems. Very seldom, at least right now, and that as we become more interconnected, that may change, but ultimately, it's very hard to move straight into an OT environment, right? So I'll talk the Colonial Pipeline. I know they mentioned that one. I have a little different spin because I was actually, in the military side, we were involved in that. And it was actually 2 vectors, intrusion vectors for Colonial Pipeline. But they were spot on in the sense that it was absolutely, they actually compromised the IT side, but because they didn't have and we're going to talk about this in a minute, but they didn't have good enough visibility of their network, they weren't sure if they had been compromised on the OT side, right? So that's where the oil and gas line side of the house. So they went ahead and shut that down for precaution. On that, just real quick insight into that, 2 kind of intrusion vectors. One was the individual's account that was utilized. He had reused his password. So don't ever reuse passwords. Get a password manager if you can't remember the hundreds of passwords that have to be 15 characters or longer, right? Because your password should be 15 characters or longer, or I can break it in under a minute. But essentially, that's what you want to make sure that you avoid those, because somebody compromised another organization. They grabbed his email, they grabbed his password, and then they basically went at it across organizations, realized that he had worked Colonial before, tried it at Colonial, and it worked. All right. Second mistake was on the Colonial side, and they did not disable his account because he no longer worked there. All right. So that's another lesson learned. In our IT processes, and especially those, the young folks that are out there already in the industry working, making sure that you have processes and procedures in place that when employees leave, whether it's, they leave on good terms or on less than good terms, right? Then you have the ability to disable those accounts immediately so that either they don't have access or someone else doesn't. So I can stand up here and talk cyber all day, so I should probably move on. All right, so just real quick, this is more for the businesses in the room and the entities out there, but we do, CISA has a whole range of no cost, or what I call at your taxpayer dollar assessments that we have available to you. I'm not going to spend time on this slide, but I just wanted you guys to be aware that we do a lot of things out there. And just so you know, like the different agencies, we all do very different things. So we all complement each other. We all work very close together, but we all do very different things. So the FBI, they do forensics, and they go after and thump the bad guys. I don't do the, I don't get to go thump the bad guys, at least not in my CISA capacity, but I do incident response with you, all right? So, and I see it every day. So a lot of times I can help you with kind of best practices and things to think about. I had one organization, I'll talk through this one real quick, where they got hit. I was actually on stage talking to a group when they realized they'd been compromised, and they called me, but obviously it went to voicemail. As I came off the stage, I got a message, gave them a call real quick, and they were rebuilding their domain controller and getting ready to bring it back up. And I was like, time out, wait, what? Have you done containment and eradication yet? And they're like, no, we just realized we were compromised. We just rebuilt the DC. We're ready to go. We're going to come back up. And I was like, you're about to let the bad guy back in. So we got them to stop. I went there immediately, and we went through containment and eradication. So that's what I'm going to do with you guys for this next hour, is kind of talk you guys through that, give you the tools that you need to know in order for us to do the exercise this afternoon. All right, so I honestly, I put that the stuff that I'm sharing with you is TLP white, so you guys can share it with anybody that you want. If you are having conversations about your respective processes and procedures, I would encourage you to keep those closer hold, because as an attacker, if I get to know what your processes and procedures are, I can actually use those against you, right? So that's why, just obviously, there's my word. If you have conversations at the table and they aren't tied to any particular organization, that's fine. I would just caution that if you are talking about your actual procedures and processes, just be careful. Okay, so this is actually what the incident response process looks like. It's 6 steps, though, right? And honestly, when I first started doing this sort of thing, we would essentially do it very sequential, right? So the 6 steps are preparation, which is what you guys are doing today, right? You're preparing, making sure that you understand what you need to do and potentially doing those things in order to make sure that you're ready for any type of attack, right? All right, and then the next one is essentially identification. So you have to know that you actually have been compromised. Now, ransomware is real easy. because you saw, the guy showed you that basically there's a screen that pops up. It's not always a screen that pops up. Sometimes you just, you're trying to open files on your desktop and you can't open them, and then you see a README text. You open that, and sure enough, all right? I will give you a fun tip or a fun fact, which is that the trash bin is never encrypted, never. All right, it's always going to be unencrypted. You're always going to be able to go to the trash bin. So if you need to do forensics or things like that, you can go through that way. But all your files, especially if they do it right, are going to be completely encrypted. So that one's easy identification because it's kind of there in your face, right? How long do you think they've been there from the time that you got that ransomware note? Just a guess, somebody. What? Go ahead. 2 weeks? What, back here? Months? Okay, 6 to 8 months average, okay? If I'm coming in your environment as an adversary and I'm going to actually do ransomware, I've got to do a lot of things before I can actually do that, right? I want to make sure that I get as much impact as possible in your environment and make sure I understand your environment so that I can do that. And so it's going to take me a while, right? Most businesses and organizations out there don't even do this stuff on their own. So for an adversary to come in and do it blind is going to take a while. So they come in, they're going to do basically a network map of your environment, make sure they know what you have. They're going to do asset inventory, make sure they have all the devices, they understand all the connections. All right, they're going to make sure they have your backups. They learned this a long time ago. When I first started doing this, we'd come on an incident and we would kind of look around and we'd be like, hey, let's just restore from backups and you guys are good to go. Maybe lose a little bit of data, but for the most part, if they had good backups, then it was, the volume shadow copy, those kind of things. They didn't encrypt a lot of that stuff, right? So it's pretty easy to kind of get back. Well, they got smart because they realized they weren't getting paid. So then they had to go back and say, okay, we got to make sure we have their backups. So they'll sit there and make sure that they understand how you do your backups, probably figure out what your retention policy is, make sure that they are deep into your backups before they do anything. All right, and then they're going to see if you have vendors. Do you have connections to other entities? Do you have people that check their personal email on their work computer? Because that may be a way that we can pivot into a home network, right? Or get information from that particular individual. So extortion, they talked a little bit about a couple of levels. There's 4 levels right now that we're seeing, and they're very common, right? And so that's why the FBI, DHS, we all tell you not to pay the ransom, because basically what happens is they do all of these things I just talked about, right? And eventually, 6 to 8 months-ish down the road, and I'll tell you what the exception to that is, but eventually what they're going to do is they're going to drop that encryption, and they're going to ask you to pay a ransom. All right? And whether you pay that ransom or not really doesn't matter. Okay? I mean, it matters to them, obviously, and it matters to you, but ultimately it's not going to change the results of these next couple of levels of extortion. All right? So what usually happens is you pay the ransom, right? And if you pay the ransom, and they give you about 1/3 of your data back, and then they say, oh, by the way, go ahead and pay again, and we'll give you the other parts, right? Or pay 2 more times, and we'll give you the other 2/3, or whatever it is, right? So a lot of times they'll play games like that. They do put peer pressure on each other to make sure that they give you something for the money that they get. Otherwise, you'll stop paying, right? So that's the first level of extortion, right? The second, I think they mentioned this one, which was essentially, they come back and say, oh, by the way, we exfiltrated data, and we have your data, and we're going to, you can pay us to delete that data, or we're going to sell it, right? And typically they give you they're really nice, and they give you an ability to pay for some extra time to think about whether you want to pay for that data or not, right? And so that's the second level of extortion. Now the third level that we're starting to see 3 and 4. 3 is denial of service. So now they've got all this information about you and your organization, and they understand how critical it is for you to have internet connectivity, right? And they know why and when and that sort of thing. So they do a little bit of homework while they're in there doing all their reconnaissance, and then they basically do a denial of service and say, hey, pay me or I'll stop. or, and I'll stop, right? So just a guess, how much do you think it costs to do a denial of service attack? What's the going rate right now? Any ideas? 65K? All right. $9 for an hour, $67 for 24 hours of denial of service. Right? So that's, if you paid them a ransom of a couple $100,000, that's too easy, right? So that's the third level of extortion. You pay that, they stop. But remember the homework they did on you and all that work that they did while they were doing reconnaissance, right? Now they have information on individuals in your company, and back to whether you check your email, personal email, maybe you use your computer for personal things, or maybe, quite frankly, you're just doing normal business, but something that you just wouldn't want the whole world to know about, right? And so they start to find that type of information, and then they come after each and every one of you and say, hey, I've got your data, and I'm gonna release it to the public unless you pay me $10,000, right? So then they start to do that individual kind of extortion. So that's what we're seeing right now. There's another attack that's even more dangerous, honestly. It's not ransomware, but it's actually where they come in, and just as they mentioned, mid-pandemic, we saw the kind of the evolution of the threat actor, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But essentially, there's access brokers that get access into your environment, right? They come in, they get access, and then they sell it, and they'll sell it to 3 or 4 people if 3 or 4 people want to buy it, right? So when I told you that there was an exception to that 6 to 8 months, that's where that exception comes in. Because what happens is you have an actor that comes in, right? So I'm going to pick on this young lady here. So she's the actor, and she's come into the environment, right? And into my environment, and she's looking around, and she's doing her reconnaissance, okay? And then she's about probably, let's call it 3 months in, right? So she's got a little work to do, but she's making good progress. And then, let's see, we'll pick on this young man right here, all right? So then you decide to buy access into my environment too, okay? So now you come in, and she sees you come in, right? So now she's got to make a decision. Does she stay in and try to finish up what she was doing, all the homework and reconnaissance, right? And then wait till she's ready, or does she go ahead and just drop encryption before he's able to really get eyes on my environment and understand what's going on? Because he may be faster, right? She doesn't know. She doesn't know what the skill set is, right? So basically, that's what happens. Is a lot of times they see another actor come in, and they'll go ahead and just drop encryption, even if they're not ready. I like those times because usually she makes a mistake, and usually I have the ability to recover, help you guys recover a little bit easier if that happens. But we had one instance, was not in Ohio, thank God, because I would not want to deal with this ever. 3 actors in an environment, all 3 dropped encryption at the same time. Can you imagine? That's ugly, right? So that's got to be like encryption of encryption. I don't even know how you do that. So you're probably building from scratch there. But anyway, let's get back on track here. All right, so 6 steps. We talked preparation, identification, right? Containment and eradication are the next 2, right? You got to stop the bleeding, and then you got to punch the bad guy out of there, right? You got to get him out of there and completely annihilate him from at least your network, maybe not altogether, but at least from your network. All right, and then you're going to go into basically recovery and then lessons learned. Okay. Now, what I see all the time, I definitely see it weekly. I wouldn't say daily, but weekly is people, obviously, there's my word, they get identification, whatever, however they get identified, whether it's they realize it or they get a ransom note. And then the leadership especially want to jump straight into recovery. All right, when are we going to be back up? When are we going to be back in business? When can we get back to work, right? Think about it right now. You guys have probably cell phones there. If I take your cell phone and completely take away service, all you care about is getting connected back. When can you have it back, right? I don't know if you guys if your parents take your phones away from you, as punishment, but if they do, Probably that's one of the things that you care about most is when do I get my phone back? When do I get my game station back? When do I get my computer back? Whatever it is, right? And so that's exactly what the leadership in the organizations that we see hit on a daily basis ask. When can we get back to work? When are we going to start making money again? Or when can we do whatever it is we do, whatever our trade craft is? All right, so really important to remember that. The other hard part that I think is hard for especially the non-technical people to understand is that there's a lot of technical stuff that has to happen during that time, and people don't understand that, right? So it's really hard for them to say, they don't understand all the things that are going on in the technical world in those two phases, and so they're like, hey, let's just skip those and get back to the part where I come into, right? The part that I come into at play and get me back in there. So, so containment, eradication, you got to stop them from basically the blast radius from spreading. You got to get the bad guy out, and then you can start to either rebuild, recover, whatever it is, right? And then the other thing a lot of people don't do, and this is a lot of times if I'm working with you on an incident response, I'll come in and try to help you with this and remind you to do this, because usually you're so happy to be recovered and you're just catching your breath that you're going to be like, hey, I don't want to talk about it, right? But it's important to do those lessons learned, because there's going to be a lot of people from the organization that are going to learn a lot of things that you want to, be there for the next group that comes in, right? And so documenting some of that stuff so that you can pass those on so they don't have to learn it the hard way like you did, and that, hopefully you can save somebody. There were a couple tangents I was going to go off on there, but let me, I'll stay on track here, and then I'll circle back to a couple of those. All right, so real quick, again, this is probably the phase that I would prefer to spend the most time in, right? I'd prefer to get you guys basically, I'd rather get you guys prepared and not have to deal with incidents, but in reality, we know that, like I said, in Ohio alone, probably probably a bad day for me is 3 to 4, but at least one daily. It's usually 1 or 2. All right, so what are some of the things that you can do in terms of preparation? I don't like a lot of words on slides. This next slide is going to kind of violate that, that approach, but it's kind of when I talk, and I do a lot of these talking events, and a lot of people are like, can you just give me the the top 10, like the things I really need to, there's so much. We talked about some frameworks, NIST frameworks, things like that. What are the things I really need to focus in on? So I'm going to talk through a couple of these. These are kind of my top 10 list. You guys can't see that probably. Oh, yeah, you can. All right. So this is really kind of I would say the things that I would really encourage you. I'm going to talk through some of these. I won't talk through every one of them in the interest of time, but I promise you, especially those of you who are coming back in the afternoon, we'll really hit a lot of these. So some of the things that I see that when I go on site, and let me throw this out there real quick just so you guys understand this, because it's going to come into play this afternoon too. They mentioned insurance companies, all right? And I am not going to, I'm not going to sit here and tell you good, bad about insurance companies. I'm just going to tell you one fact that you need to know. Insurance companies only take you back to the point where you got hit and nothing more, all right? So if you were in a state where you got compromised, do you really want to go back to that spot? Anybody? Probably not, right? I would use my crutch word there, but I'll stay away from it for a second. So that's really, you need to understand that as we move through, because that's all the insurance company is really looking at is to say, hey, you got hit, and we're going to take you back to that point and get you back up in operations. Now, some organizations just want to be back up in operation, but they're probably going to find themselves right back down if that's all they do, right? So that's one thing to think about. So logging is one of the things that, when I come in and I'm helping organizations with incident response, I often find that a lot of them are logging things, right? I think people have learned enough over time to start logging, but they're logging for IT and not for cybersecurity. And there's a difference. Okay, so and some of it's the same, but ultimately you'll find that a lot of organizations have all their logging set up so that they can do troubleshooting, that sort of thing, in terms of, in the IT environment. But in reality, when we come in and we need to kind of like recreate and go back and see what happened, we don't have all the evidence we need, right? And so it's a pretty critical part of your everyday kind of preparation type thing, is making sure that you not only have IT logging for troubleshooting, because you need that too, but also so that you have things, if you have to kind of recreate and go back and look at that environment, that you have the ability to do so. It's just like security cameras, right? We have security cameras in place so that we can go back and look at the video if something bad happened and see who did it or what happened. It's exactly what you need to think about in terms of logging for cybersecurity. You've got to have those, you've got to be logging on certain things, or logging certain things in order to recreate that environment. Backups, 3-2-1 rule. I told you that the adversary comes in and they make sure that they have hooked your backups, right? So you need to make sure that you, and I'm not going to talk through the 3-2-1 rule. I'm happy to talk about it later if you want. It's 3 copies, 2 medium, 1 off that's completely air-gapped. But you can do a search engine and look up the 3-2-1 rule for backups, and it'll go into a lot of detail, all right? But you've got to have 1 copy that's air-gapped, and you've got to have a retention policy that's at least beyond that 6 to 8 months so that you have the ability to recover. And I'm not saying all data, right? For example, this computer here, I'm a field agent for DHS CISA. I'm probably the lowliest of the low, right? And so they could care less about my data. I care about it, but they could care less about my data. And so ultimately, if DHS CISA were compromised, then, chances are that, that they're not going to necessarily care about backing up my computer or recovering my stuff on my computer. That's on me. But they're going to certainly have Director Easterly, most likely, they're going to be able to recover her data quickly. She's our director. All right. Multi-factor authentication, I think that speaks for itself. I will tell you, and I'm not going to tell you how, but try to avoid SMS two-factor, all right? If you can use apps, that's good. Obviously, there's my word. That there's other mechanisms to do that, but for $13, I can intercept, and if I know your phone number, I can intercept all your text messages and even your voice calls if I want to. All right. So again, not going to tell you how to do that because I know some of you are thinking that, but ultimately, just understand that SMS is the least secure multi-factor authentication. It's better than nothing, though. All right. So. And I would tell you, and especially the younger people in the room, go back and tell your parents and your grandparents, because a lot of, I think, especially our elderly generation, right? They don't know how to set up social media multi-factor authentication on their social media, that sort of thing. But I can talk all day long about how important that is. That's how a lot of these your grandparents, maybe even some of you, great-grandparents, whatever, they are getting scammed every day. I get calls daily about losing their, life savings because somebody got access to something. So let me skip over. I talked about data exfiltration. You need to know that data was exfiltrated. I had one victim, and I know you guys don't like to be called victims, but that's what you are, so. But they asked me to ask the adversary if they exfiltrated data. That was humiliating. All right. Luckily, the answer was no, so they actually didn't have anything on them. But I would prefer not to have to go to the adversary and ask them if they got anything, right? So I'd rather you guys be able, I arrive on site and you say, hey, they didn't exfiltrate data, or we got a problem. They exfiltrated a lot of data. All right, tabletop, we're going to do that this afternoon, so you guys are at least checking off one of these here. But it is important, especially within your own organizations, to really do these kind of targeted tabletops. I'm actually running one tomorrow, non-technical in the morning, technical in the afternoon, where organizations can sit at their location, co-locate with their incident response team and work through some of this stuff. It's really important to get that muscle memory. I will tell you that always, always there's that key person that's like knows everything, has all the answers. Usually in the tabletop, I pull them out, give them food poisoning. I white card it. I don't give them food poisoning, but I white card that they got food poisoned and pull them out because they have all the answers. Because I will tell you, probably 7 times out of 10, that person is always gone when something bad happens, right? The person that has all the answers, that knows what to do, knows how to do everything, they're always gone. So when you're doing these tabletops and these rehearsals, rotating through about 3 deep in any area is critical as well. And I know some of you aren't there yet in terms of you're not thinking that way, but this afternoon I'm going to ask you guys to either come up with your own business that you're going to represent and talk through some of this stuff, or talk through like a school or your parents' business or whatever it is, but you're going to have to come up with something. So you, at least for today, you've got to be thinking this way. All right. Hard copy of network diagrams, hard copy of asset inventory, hard copy of incident response plan too, even though I'm adding one to your Big 10 there. But I had one organization that had given me their incident response plan to review, and then they got hit and they called me and asked for their incident response plan back because their plan was encrypted. So, all right. Centralized logging solution. Now this is real critical when you're going in. So let's say you actually go through all the right steps. You go through eradication, containment, eradication. You do everything you're supposed to do, and you get to recovery. Okay? At that point, you are going to have some type of centralized logging system in place, or a SIM, right? And so if you don't have one in place, your technical teams are going to be learning these tools on the fly in the middle of basically a knife fight, right? You're trying to learn how to use a new tool in the middle of a fight. So not fun. I see a lot of people struggle with it. So that's why I tell a lot of people, go ahead and set that up now. It's not a bad thing. It's going to give you a lot of visibility of your network. And, oh, by the way, if you do get compromised, you already know a tool, and you can kind of, it's going to really speed you along to recovery, and instead of having to wait. We're certainly not going to tell everybody in the world what we're doing, but you may add another week of time before your organization's able to even get to recovery, because we're having to stand up a centralized logging solution, and you have to learn it and then get all the devices enrolled in it and that sort of thing, right? So just realize that is probably one out of the Big 10, that's probably one of the biggest ones you could do for preparation. And then they hit it, make sure you do training on your employees. Make sure that they understand exactly what they should and shouldn't do. I'm not going to do this today. Happy to do this. It's a lot easier to do it remotely, so I don't have to lug around a bunch of gear. But I do a phishing demo. I do a password cracking demo. I can do a lot of the demos to show you how dangerous things are. But I tell people, don't open attachments, don't click links, and unless you've literally picked up the phone or text, whatever your mechanism of communication is. But whatever it is, you verified that you were expecting that attachment or that link. All right, and it's very easy to basically compromise you that way, and there's some people out there that are very good at it, actually. So I just logged myself out of here. So, all right, so I'm going to kind of talk through this, and I'm going to go a little quick, but happy to have a conversation about this later if you guys want to. Just a couple of things that I want to kind of, again, this is all kind of going to play in this afternoon, so it's really just to kind of get you guys thinking about this. But these over on the left here are just websites that I recommend. I think we have a PDF of this that you don't need to write these down or anything, but we'll give you, and that you can go check these out. A couple that I'll just kind of draw your attention to, especially for the students. Compromised accounts, have I been pwned? You can go and register your email addresses with this with this website, and they will alert you when sites that you've used that email on have been compromised, right? And so you can go change your email, or I'm sorry, your password. Don't reuse that password again, because we grab those passwords, throw those in a database, and use that as our password cracking database. So don't reuse that password anywhere, and if you've reused it somewhere else, go change it there too. But essentially, they do a lot of the work for you, so you don't have to sit there and read the news every day and say, oh, American Airlines is compromised and I need to go change my password. They do it for you and just notify you. And so I always tell people, because I get calls sometimes and they're like, my Gmail was compromised. And I'm like, well, how do you know? And they're like, American Airlines was compromised and it used my Gmail account. Okay, it's not your Gmail account that was compromised. It's the password that was associated with your Gmail account for American Airlines. So, all right. This one for the students in the room may be interested in this one if you are interested in kind of the cybersecurity side, but MITRE ATT&CK Framework, very good site to go and see kind of the tactics and techniques that the adversary uses, right? And kind of get a feel for the different actors. I tell organizations, don't defend against everybody because you don't have resources to do that, but ultimately you can kind of hone in on those attackers that are coming after you and really defend against them. And then usually that defense will help you against those people that are doing casting that wide net, right? Because there are criminals out there, especially the kind of Russian-affiliated entities that just kind of cast a wide net. They've learned that they can actually go after a lot of smaller entities and they get the same amount of money as if they go after a big entity like a Colonial or a JBS, right? Because Colonial JBS will bring in geopolitical type ramifications, whereas, if you do 100 of small businesses, nobody comes after you, right? And I do have a recommendation. If we just all go and make our machines look like they're Russian, we'll never get attacked by ransomware. So, because if you don't know this, it is actually it's law in Russia that you're allowed to hack. You just can't hack Russian machines. So I always thought about trying to put a Russian box in my home and just setting it up as a honeypot and see if it would actually ever get hit. But, okay. So anyway, my theories. All right, so we've got the kind of the pyramid of pain here. Anybody ever see the pyramid of pain? All right, so this is, if you've heard of indicators of compromise, a lot of times when you get compromised, if you have the FBI, HSI, Secret Service, any of those folks come on site to grab forensics, again, they're not going to come on and help you with anything and I don't want to say that. That's not true, actually. Let me retract that. They do help you in some respect, but not in the way that you think that they do, right? What they're doing is they actually have a lot of good intel, so a lot of times I'll grab them to provide intel about that threat actor to get you a jump start. But what they really do is they grab that forensics, they go back and analyze it, and then they go do their thing, right? So a lot of times they're going to be asking for some of these indicators of compromise. Some of the ones that I don't value very much are like IPs, hashes, right? If I'm going to attack you, I'm going to roll those IPs and those hashes so fast that I'm never going to use the same one when I come at you, right? And by the way, if you ever get a Russian IP come at you, it's not Russia. Nobody's stupid enough to attack you from the country that they're coming from, right? Actually, there are people that are stupid enough to do that, but most of them are not the good ones, right? So, that's really the pyramid of pain. What I'm interested usually is these at the top. What are the tactics, tools, and techniques, right? How are they operating in your environment? So, for example, ransomware. They come in your environment. Like I said, somebody else gives them access, right? They just buy access in there. They go in, and then what are they doing? They're living off the LAN, right? PowerShell, SMB, some of those things. Real quick, I should have asked this at the beginning. How many of you guys are technical in the room or consider yourself technical? All right, so I need to be careful with some of these terms. Okay, so PowerShell, and it's just like a scripting language. SMB is basically the protocol that allows your computers a lot of times to talk to each other, that sort of thing. So essentially, they live off the LAN. They come in. They don't drop things on disk anymore because we are getting good at kind of picking up on that, right? And so they'll come in and operate that way. So that's what I study is how are they operating? What tools are they using? I could throw 1,000 tools at you. You give me a category, and I can give you probably 10 to 20 tools. What you need to know is it's a lot easier for the adversary to come after you, right? It used to take some skill. Now it just takes cash and a little bit of time, and you're up and running. What I usually use for kind of the adults in the room, right, is I use this triangle for another point that I'll share with you, which is the trilemma of cybersecurity. All right, so you see the words on the corners here: cybersecurity, ease of use, and functionality. And in cyber and IT, we love our triangles. CIA, yeah. So anyway, these are the three categories that I look at in terms of how you should be running your organization, both IT and cyber, right? And so most of you guys, we hope that you're here in the middle, kind of balanced. Okay, as you move to one corner, you're going to move away from the other. So if I move towards ease of use, then I'm moving away from these, right? And what do leaders really love? Productivity, right? So they usually want people down in this area, right? Most of them are risk managers, though, so they understand the importance of this area. But what you find a lot of times, and we did this in the DoD, so I'm not, I'm a victim of this as well, right? So we were IT people, we were running networks, that sort of thing, and then all of a sudden, they slapped another hat on us and said, you're doing cybersecurity too, right? So now we had essentially two really full-time jobs. And so as you can imagine, anybody that wears all three hats or has responsibility for all three of these areas, we are going to naturally gravitate to the bottom of this triangle and away from cybersecurity. It's just natural. If I'm a help desk getting phone calls about somebody's computer not working or whatever, then this is what I care about, so I get less calls, or I'm not getting beat up all day, right? But in reality, nobody's calling me about cyber. Does anybody ever call you and say, hey, my computer wasn't updated? You didn't break it with an update today. Nobody does that, right? So that's exactly why I just try to show people that if you only have IT people in your environment and you think that they're supposed to, that they're focusing on cybersecurity, you're wrong. They're not. They're going to, it's natural, it's human nature to go down to the area that's going to get you less confrontation, less, unless you're just one of those people that loves to, there are people out there like that, but that love to pick fights, right? But most of us aren't going to necessarily do that. We want a little bit of peace and a little, a less confrontation. So that's just something to think about. A mitigation to that, again, the easy answer is hire cybersecurity people. Yeah, sure, there's like a talent shortage of hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity people in the nation right now, right? So we can talk about that later. But in reality, giving your IT people a little bit of cybersecurity training and just giving them a little bit of glance at the defense is value added to your organization. It's not going to push them up here, right? But it may, if they're going to be down here because they get yelled at, it may push them up just a little bit, right? A little closer to that middle area of the triangle, all right? Same thing for if you actually are lucky enough in your organization or you go to an organization that has people that do cybersecurity and people that do IT, then give these guys a little bit of offensive training. All right, give them a little bit of insight into what the bad guys do, what tools they use, how they use it. All right, real quick, if you have both groups of people, cybersecurity people and IT people, they're going to pull away from each other and you're going to end up pretty close to the middle, right? And that's why we say, like, ideally you have both sets. But if you don't, that's okay. Then you can go back and like I said, give them some training. Quick story for you guys. A CIO of the Ohio National Guard. And I was actually the story is when I was a CISO. So I was the CISO of the Ohio National Guard at the time. And I had a network engineer who was brilliant. He was really smart, right? And probably been doing the job for much longer than I'll ever be able to, in terms of be able to study network administration, that sort of thing. And he knew that, and that's fine, right? I was a lot younger than I am now, and here I am like this young person that has very little network admin training, telling this network engineer who's brilliant, who's been doing this for a very long time, that his network isn't necessarily secure, right? And so tried a couple different times, and he pretty much told me to beat sand. He's not going to do anything about it. Okay, so now I got to kick in the leadership skills and figure out how to approach a problem that I have, because I knew I had some holes. I just knew I didn't know quite how to address it, right? And so sent him off to some offensive training, and all of a sudden our network started getting much, much more secure, right? Because he realized, he saw the tools, he saw how dangerous it was, he started to see things that were wrong in the network, and started to lock things down. So sometimes it's an approach to, that kind of a problem too. So, all right, let's go on here. All right, so the cyber threat landscape. I said I'd talk about this a little bit. There's a lot of actors out there, like I said, and I would tell you, there's the MITRE ATT&CK framework, by the way. You can't see it very well, but it's there in the bottom, and it actually gives you kind of by the different phases of the kill chain, which is what we basically label their approach to the attack. It tells a lot of kind of the details, and you can go into each group and actually see based on the different APTs, advanced persistent threats, and see kind of what the techniques and tactics that they use. But like I said, you want to make sure that you understand who are your threat actors. Anybody know the most prevalent ransomware variant in Ohio right now? Want to take a guess? Nobody wants to guess? Okay, fair enough. Lockbit 3.0. And they've actually surpassed pretty much everybody probably in the last year. So Lockbit 3.0, they actually have they have a bug bounty program. You can actually get paid if you find something wrong with their ransomware. But they run, a lot of these ransomware gangs, they run their organizations just like we do in our enterprises. They have HR, they have finance, they have a help desk. They have bonuses and things like that. So they run their organizations very much like an enterprise. And it's actually, to me, more fascinating because we put bounties on their head, right? And some of them are pretty decent. Like, we've got $1 million out there for some of these guys. I'd love to track one of them down. But and they don't turn on each other like you would think, right? I mean, some of them do. You hear the stories. Conti, they had a guy that got pissed off and did some leaks and interviews and things like that. But ultimately, how many of you guys would turn on me if somebody offered you $1 million? Every one of you, right? Yeah, there we go. See, we got hands going up, right? So it's pretty amazing the kind of, the way, I would say even more so that they do a better job in terms of the kind of the team concept in some respects. But the real question I'm trying to get after here for preparation for you is not trying to tell you how they operate, but more so about how do you get tuned into the things that they do and what in the latest and greatest, right? Do you have to do what I do and sit there and do cyber, 20 hours a day? I love it, so it doesn't bother me, but you probably don't love it as much as me, or some of you don't. And so, you're not going to sit there on every medium out there and look at all the different attacks and how they were done and who did them and that sort of thing. So there's lots of people out there that can give you this information, though, right? I do a distro. I try to do it weekly. Doesn't always work out that well for me, but where I'll give you guys kind of the top exploited vulnerabilities and things like that. So, but there's a lot of people out there. There's commercial entities that provide threat intel. Like I said, a lot of times what I'll do for you is if you get compromised and I come on site, we usually, especially if it's ransomware, we know what variant it is. If it's not ransomware, if we can figure out who we think the threat actor is or what the variant is, then we'll pull in kind of the different agencies that have threat intel on those actors and give you guys a quick update so we can, again, leap start you into that kind of, that threat hunt that you're about to go into. All right. So real quick, I told you guys some of the tools, and I'm telling you, there really is. I actually keep a list of on my to-do list of tools I need to learn so I can stay up on these things for you guys. But I've got a glance of some of these tools in the back behind me here on the slides that you guys can see, just some of the tools that are out there. Again, it used to take some skill. It no longer takes skill. There's ransomware as a service. You just need to have money. There are, like I said, denial of service and bring your own botnets. Really just pretty much anything that you want to. I'm not encouraging you to do this. I'm just telling you that there are lots of tools out there to do a lot of damage. And I would tell you that some people do damage not realizing that they don't know what they're doing. So we've got Evil NGX up there. It basically allows you to do phishing campaigns against people, right? So I just need to put some information in here and I can launch a phishing campaign against them. This is Shodan. There's another one called Census. Those links were up on a previous slide for you guys, but it allows you to the rest of the world to see vulnerabilities. So it's essentially like kind of just advertising all the vulnerabilities you have out to the world if you have them exposed to the internet. So people can go, adversaries actually use this. Anytime a vulnerability comes out, they'll grab that vulnerability, reverse engineer it, and then they'll use these sites to kind of see who out there is vulnerable so that they can go after you or whatever. And sometimes they come after certain people, but sometimes they're just going to launch it against anybody that's vulnerable. Bottom left here is the operating system that we use a lot in attacks called Kali Linux. Some of you guys may be familiar with it. Has a lot of kind of pre-built tools embedded. The newer one is called Parrot, if you're familiar with that one. And then there's a lot of other ones along here. John the Ripper is what I used to use for password cracking for you guys on the demo, Hashcat and John the Ripper. Now I just use a website because it's easier, and the website goes just as fast, cracks your passwords in about a minute, or under a second, so I don't really have to use tools anymore. And then Metasploit is just filled with a bunch of payloads that you can launch on attacks. Aircrack NG here is how I crack your wireless network. Quick, cybersecurity advice is always use a VPN anytime you connect to someone else's internet, all right? So if you're at Starbucks, hotel, airport, wherever, even I would say at school, use a VPN. And the crass statement that I usually use, or crass analogy that I use, and I didn't make this up, but I think it's perfect, is if you don't go to a public restroom and leave the door open, then you shouldn't go onto public Wi-Fi without a VPN. All right, so it's so easy for me to set up a pineapple. It's a little device, and it essentially intercepts you when you're trying to connect to a public Wi-Fi, and I can basically see everything that you're doing, and basically I know where you're going. If you're passing files, I can intercept those. I can grab passwords, things like that. So encrypt your data always, stay on a VPN, and you'll be safer. All right. The chart in the middle is the time it takes to crack a password. I'll let you guys look at that. Along the top is the complexity of characters. Along the left side here in the gray is the number of characters. Always use 15 characters or more. Happy to do a demo for you at another time and crack your passwords if you really want me to. All right, so identification. I'm going to go through these quick because we're going to talk at length about these later. But it's essentially, at this point, you know that you have a compromise, right? And I always tell people there's a difference. There's events that your technical people deal with every single day, all right? Events don't necessarily equal incidents, all right? Event will lead to an incident, but an event happens. Your technical folks literally are responding to those things every day, looking to see if it's something that rises or meets the escalation criteria to be an incident. But now we're saying that you have identified that something, whether you have a ransom note on your screen or some other indication that you have activity in your network. One thing I didn't say, and I'm not calling out the people of the nation, I'm just giving you guys, again, I talked a little bit about the nation state of Russia, the nation state of China. A lot of times they come in your environment and they never ever do anything other than maybe exfiltration. They just sit there as long as they can. They get persistence, they watch, they learn, they will exfiltrate if they think they can get away with it, but they watch long enough to make sure that they can get away with it. And essentially they never rear their ugly heads. So You never know that they're there unless you have things in place to identify that. So these are some of the people that I would tell you that best practice in terms of people that need to be there on your incident response team. Your team lead and your deputy team lead do not need to be technical, but I recommend that they have a little bit of technical acumen, or they have a kind of somebody attached at their hip with some technical expertise that can kind of talk them through some of this stuff. But in some cases, I've actually seen non-technical people be better at this than the technical folks. It depends on the size of your team, too. But you need a deputy because this is, once you get hit, you're talking about pretty much a 24/7 operation until you get probably 3 to 4 weeks if you're lucky, right? And no one can really sustain. Those of us that have been in combat, we don't even go 24/7 in combat operations, right? So we have to have downtime. We have to have rest periods, that sort of thing. So you've got to, at some point, you've got to force that rest cycle. Maybe not in the first couple of days because everybody's really kind of all in, but beyond probably about the 72-hour mark, people start, need to start getting a little bit of rest, or you're going to get more mistakes and have more issues. You've got to have a decision maker, and you've got to have that decision maker available at all times. So this is a preparation thing that you can do, is actually understand, hey, if we are going to make a decision on whether we sever the internet or not, who makes that call, and do they make it at 3 a.m. on Christmas morning or not? Or do we call the 2nd or the 3rd, right? Who do we call at any time of the day, any day of the year, right? Because I think they had on their slides, these are the 3 times I will tell you the adversary works always, and very seldom do they work when your IT people are at work, right? They know that your people are watching the network. They know that they're there, and they're going to be able to respond a lot quicker. Holidays, weekends, and nights. Okay, I think you guys had at least 2 of those on there, right? So, but those are the times that the adversary is actually working when we're not, right? And so understand that decision maker is, if you catch it in time. A lot of times what happens is you guys show up Monday morning and then you give me a call, right? And that's how we find out. But in reality, what I'd like to happen is you have the logging and that sort of thing where you're getting those alerts and you know something's happened before, before they actually launch something. Okay, again, we'll talk about this a little bit more later because we're going to get tight on time here. But just making sure that you have communications is the biggest failure that I see always. And it's really funny when you've been doing, not funny, actually it's sad, but when you've been doing both the military and a lot of the kind of the state response type stuff and cybersecurity, and you realize that there's like one key factor that's exactly why the adversary is so good at what they do. They communicate really well, and they figure out ways to communicate, and lots of out-of-band communication and everything else. And then when we get hit, we can't do this one thing that would make our lives so much easier. But it's the key. Communications, making sure all the right people are talking. They know how they're talking. They know when to talk on those different out-of-band mechanisms, and that they actually have an out-of-band mechanism to talk on. I went to one incident. It was a prison. We're going in there. We're kind of going through things. They wanted to do their meetings when we gave them a daily update in terms of our progress and where we were at, what we were seeing, that sort of thing, on basically a kind of a VTC type system, right? And so we did this for a couple days, and then we realized that the adversary, who was still in the network, was recording our meetings, right? They were capturing the PCAPs, which allowed them the traffic, and then they could go back and replay those meetings. So essentially, the adversary knew everything we were talking about, everything we were doing. It was pretty sad. So just don't do. I know we have a lot better capability to do kind of cloud type communications now, but don't do your meetings on the network that's impacted, and don't do your communications on that either. Like, don't email me from your impacted network telling me that you've been compromised and who you think it is or what you think they've done. All right. Let's see. You got to have manual processes. That's key, especially healthcare and some of these other critical areas where you've got to, safety and life are at risk, right? You've got to have a lot of those manual processes in place, and you've got to practice them. I had one hospital, phenomenal plan for manual processes. They ran it by me. I was like, this is awesome. This looks really good. Fast forward a couple months, they get compromised. Give me a call. I get on site, and I'm like, hey, what happened to that awesome plan you guys had? So they had color-coded index cards were like the kind of the basis of their entire plan, and they didn't have the color-coded index cards, right? And so you got to make sure you practice that plan to make sure that it's actually going to work so that when the time comes, you actually have. So we were driving all over the state trying to find colored index cards. So, all right. Containment. So again, this is stop the bleeding, right? This is really, if you have network segmentation, the way we hope you do, that you can essentially, just like, I'm not Navy, I'm Army, so just bear with me here, but I think in a submarine, they build that thing in such a way that if it gets hit in one area, you can kind of lock the other areas down so that they don't, that they're not impacted and they don't sink, right? And so obviously it depends on the attack and that sort of thing, but in reality, if there is something that happens in one part of the submarine, the rest of them should be able to survive. All right, I could talk hours on this one, but this is what I call the Fight Club bag. All right, what's the first rule of Fight Club? All right, we're going to talk about it, but all right. So it's really like what tools do you bring to the fight? What do you need, right? And so we'll talk a little bit about that this afternoon. I'll give you guys a chance to tell me what you think. But the bottom line is you need to have a go bag. You need to have something ready, packed, ready, full of, again, I could sit here and tell you all the things, right? And it really depends whether you're technical or non-technical. Insurance plans, hopefully you have hard copies of those ready to go that you can pull those out and look at them, that sort of thing. So just really making sure that you have all of those. The other thing is make sure if you're a technical person, and for the young people in the room that are pursuing technical degrees or technical careers, when you have credentials that are paramount to the operations of your organization, don't keep those on the network that's going to get encrypted, all right? So we had some beautiful backups for an organization. They had done a tremendous job in backups, so proud of how well they had done backups. And then we go into incident response because they got hit, and their credentials were encrypted, so we could not get to the credentials to get to the backups. So now we've got these beautiful backups, this beautiful plan, and no way to implement those backups because we couldn't get to them. So they had to pay the ransom to get basically the passwords to be able to recover from their stuff. And obviously at that point, they can either just decrypt the files, right? Although, is the adversary ever out if they got in? Probably not. All right. Eradication. You guys are probably getting hungry, so we'll say we got the bad guys out. All right. Now we're moving into the recovery phase. Right. So we're actually going to move into the this is where we get to start figuring out who goes first. Everybody in this room thinks that they're number one, thinks that they get recovered first. In reality, it's usually one of you at a time. So hopefully you have a prioritization list. If not, there's a lot of infighting that goes on and it gets really ugly. That's what I usually see. All right. We'll talk about this later, but basically if you don't know what data is critical, you don't know what data to restore first, you don't know what systems to restore first, again, this is where it really gets, you've just survived this awful thing against this probably nation-state actor or potentially even just a kid that messed up on a script. But whatever it is, right, you've survived, and now you've got a bunch of infighting in your organization because people think systems, people, data, that sort of thing, they disagree with the importance and what priority list. I talked about this one. Make sure you talk about the lessons learned. All right, so real quick before we break for lunch, are we ready for lunch when we break or? Okay. So any questions for me? Hopefully you guys got all that in. I did rush through a few things there, but any questions for me before you guys get to kind of sink all this in and then we walk into the exercise this afternoon? Or you guys can just walk to lunch now. All right, no questions? All right, I'll turn it over to the MC then.
I think my favorite part of that is that the hacking tools have logos. So it's always important to have a brand no matter what you do, apparently. All right, for lunch, we're going to dismiss in different groups so we don't have complete chaos out there. Our first group will be Chamber of Commerce members, business guests, our Tiffin University and UNOH student guests as well. Go ahead and grab your lunch. We'll have you go out the doors to my right. I have some passwords to change later today. I was looking at them.
I usually see the adults going on their phones like.
My password to my password manager is long enough, and I was like, all right, that's good.
Yeah.
But I know some of the passwords inside the password manager are not good.
Right.
So probably time to update those.
We'll see. We'll see how fast people get through. And,
Well,
I may grab something just because I still have 2 more events after this, so
I know.
I probably won't have a break.
Yeah. She every day in the month of October, she's super busy.
That's one hell of a month.
It's actually like leading into November, first week of November
Of
too
course,
now,
right?
because people couldn't get me in October, so they're like, well, we'll take you in November, and I'm like, no, I thought October was done. Here's a good device right here. It's called I can't advocate for a product,
Right.
but this is a YubiKey, and it has a USB-C and a Lightning.
Okay.
It also has, if you see here on the sides, my thumb and my index finger I have to have my fingerprints, right?
Oh, really?
And then I have a USB dongle too. But essentially, my password manager can only be accessed from this.
That's plugged in?
So it's my multi-factor authentication for my. Wow, I'm about to break that thing.
Oh, don't do
wrong
that.
side. That's why. So. But they are doing FIDO.
That's
They're doing
interesting.
FIDO in these now. Yeah.
Like just on that small, it's got your
Yeah.
fingerprint on it.
Yeah.
Impressive.
I usually pass it around, but I'm not going to pass it around with this group. But I may not get it back. But and it doesn't matter. Like if they do take it, they can't do anything
Can't do it
with
'cause they
it.
don't have a
But
fingerprint.
it's $70 out. So.
Right.
I will check and see if we're ready for that extra.
Okay.
Yeah. You can tell them on the table. There's a jar in the middle that's what would you put in your emergency kit?
Oh, okay.
So
That's
they
what the
can,
jar is.
They can converse while they're waiting.
Okay. So while we wait on our next group, you all have jars at your table, and a lot of those have information on things that you may or may not want for your kit, should you need that go bag type of thing.
They're kids, you know you're going to lose control of them.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's only a matter of time.
You're going to have 1 or 2 that are going to sit at their table, and everybody else is going to just fail.
I think they're next, fortunately. Especially for like the high school kids over here, because they have lunch at like 10:30 in the morning.
Because they start class at like 7.
Exactly, yeah. They're like, I have to wait till noon to eat? This is ridiculous. All right, next group will be Millstream students. Because there's like 100 of you.
I'm back for 12, right?
Let me go look real
I
quick.
can look on here. I
Oh,
can look on
okay.
here.
So I'm not. I think it's like 12:30ish.
Is it?
Somewhere in that range.
12:15, I think. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I don't remember.
I got it right here. Yeah.
nothing to do with that. So 3 more speaking engagements today?
Yeah.
Holy cow. 2 more? Oh, okay, I got you. Where else are you today?
So I have, actually Minnesota's one of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's in the evening. It's a virtual thing. I was supposed to be there in person. There are summits in person, but they're having me come in virtual.
Okay.
And then Ohio State University.
Oh, okay. So you got to head to Columbus then after? Where are you based out of then? Just Columbus area? Okay.
I hope that no questions means it's 0 period, not.
Usually that's the, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, I just. Lunch. Okay. Good. No. I wish, but no.
So.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll try to.
No, but believe me, Doug does this all the time. It's really good. Right, Doug?
I think we can go eat now.
I just talk a lot. Do you want me to go? Helen, do you want me to?
It looks like everybody's kind of. Just say, everybody that hasn't
Yeah.
eaten, eat.
I just think that's probably going to be the case. That's what I would do. Someone already grabbed my lunch for me, so.
All right, I'm gonna try to.
Yeah, go ahead. right, at this time, University of Findlay students, staff, and faculty, if you have a lunch ticket, go ahead and go. And then if you don't have a lunch ticket, wait about 5 minutes, and then you're going to go ahead and grab your lunch too. And we'll continue on with our program. We are just a little bit behind on schedule, so we're going to go ahead and get into the interactive tabletop exercise. You can eat as we go with this as well, but Tara and Williams will handle it from here.
Thank you.
All right, hopefully you guys didn't ask questions because you're hungry and not because you didn't like what I was talking about, but it's okay. So what I'm going to do real quick is just talk you guys through kind of the obligatory tabletop exercise instructions, all right? What I always tell people is people that fight the scenario are people that have never had to actually write an exercise. So if you're fighting the exercise, and you're going to identify yourself here. So we're never going to give you a perfect, scenario that's going to fit everybody. This is really, and I tried to make it as generic as possible, but it really is just to get you guys thinking about some of the things that we've already talked about. Like I said, if you're a younger person in the room, I would ask you to either create your own organization or the organization that you aspire to lead at some point in your life. Or if you have a parent that has a business, if you have a relative, a friend, whatever, you can kind of emulate thinking about their organization. And I'll put the spoon and napkin down so I'm not waving those around. And then, but obviously the adults in the room, whether it's your personal life or your professional life, just try to commit to an organization that you're going to use for this scenario to talk through. It'll help you a lot better in terms of just trying to do a pie in the sky type thing. And you're going to see, actually, I'm not trying to trick you or anything. These are all things that are, like I said, things that I've seen before. And so just trying to get you guys to wrap your mind around it. You guys are going to have to do a lot of talking at your table amongst yourselves. All right. So again, you're only going to get out of this what you put into it, right? So just understand that as we start to go through some of this stuff, you can sit there and be quiet if you want and just listen, but you're really going to get more out of it if you try to kind of, even if you play devil's advocate. Sorry. All right. This is really, for those of you that do have an organization that has an incident response, this is really for you guys to kind of analyze that, right? I told you, you have to kind of tear that thing apart, that incident response plan apart, and understand where your gaps are, because I promise you, no plan survives first contact, all right? If you think you have an incident response plan that's solid right now, I promise you, you do not, all right? And the only way you really make it solid is to continue to kind of rehearse it and tabletops like these, and understand those gaps and start to close them. All right, so most of you guys are going to be players. I'll be the facilitator. Like I said, if you want to be an observer, you can be an observer, and you can be a note taker, but ultimately, I'm seeing everybody that's present here today, both remotely and in person, as a player. You're a player. How's that? All right. We'll do a quick action after action or lessons learned at the end of this. And you guys ready? All right. So remember that denial of service, or DDoS, distributed denial of service, that I talked about earlier? All right, $9 an hour, $67 for 24 hours. Well, your organization's experienced that yesterday. All right. So and again, the scenario matters not, but in this particular case, your organization had some kind of project. It was getting some negative publicity, and so as a result, maybe Anonymous or someone did a call to action and asked people to consider doing denial of service. What I'm really trying to pull the thread on here is that sometimes in your organization, things start to happen that should be good indicators that you are a target of interest, right? That something's about to happen, that somebody's looking at you. Sometimes it's not, but I always tell the technical people, when you start to see things kind of going sideways, or you start to see just little kind of hits, right? It's almost, and I'm probably gonna screw this up, but if you use an analogy of like a bully, right? You see that bully like kind of pick on a kid once in a while, like kind of say something to him a little bit at first, right? And then it just kind of continues to escalate until it gets really ugly. This is exactly kind of what the adversary does a lot of times. They'll come in, they'll start to kind of pick at you and see how good you are. They want to see what your processes and procedures are in terms of just little things. They haven't actually done anything really significant to you, but they're going to get a feel for where you're at. So I know you're chewing food right now, so don't talk with food in your mouth. But just for a couple of minutes here, within your own respective table, talk about, one, what are some of the things that you could do for distributed denial of service if you know, right? Or two, if you're not a technical person and you don't want to have that discussion, then talk about, what are some of the ramifications of a denial of service? Obviously, the big organizations like the Amazons, things like that, if customers can't get to their website, it's significant impact, right? Depending on what your organization that you committed to today for this exercise is, only you know whether that is a significant impact or not. So I'll give you guys, let's see here, how many minutes did I give you guys on this one? I think it's like 5 minutes to make up time here. So 5 minutes, just talk amongst yourselves. I'll try to get a couple bites in, and then we'll try to kind of walk around the room and get, any questions you have, you can grab me. If not, just continue to talk. I'm not there to take over your table or anything. All right? Minutes. Quick, sorry to interrupt your 5 minutes, but if you don't know what a denial of service attack is, think about it. If I keep calling your cell phone constantly and no one else legitimately can call you, like people that actually want to talk to you can't call you because I'm just calling you. Or the analogy I always use is when all my kids talk to me at once and I can't hear any of them because they're all talking to me at the same time, right? So they're just overwhelming me with basically traffic so that I can't actually hear legitimate traffic. Not that my kids are not legitimate traffic, but when they all talk at the same time, it's really hard to hear what any one of them are saying. So denial of service is just lots of requests at your whether it's a website or even your network, right? It's a lot of requests so that you can't have legitimate traffic pass. All right, okay? Anytime I say anything you guys don't understand, just ask me, please. Okay, most of the time I'm going to have you guys brief back, but I think most of you are still eating like I am. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to push on through these, okay? And then potentially we'll get a chance to let you guys share some of your answers here as we move along. So this was yesterday. You had some denial of service. Hopefully you guys came up with a good plan on what you would do about it, how you would handle it. Hopefully some of you understand how that's going to impact your operations, whatever they are, right? So then, now it's, we're still, back in time here, but it was this morning, right? The numbers in the parentheses are really what I need to do to keep you on track in order to hit the time hacks here. So just ignore the parentheses there on the right of the date time group. But your technical staff, maybe that's you, maybe it's not, but your technical staff comes in the morning and they basically are reviewing the logs and start to see a lot of unusual traffic, right? And then they notice that there's a significant amount of traffic leaving the network. Now, in reality, if I'm a bad guy, I'm not taking this in the morning of the day that I'm going to do the attack, but for the exercise, you're getting it because it's a time thing, right? So, but in reality, I would have done this over time, probably done it slow or low and slow, unless you have no tools out there and you're not paying attention to anything, and then I can take it, I can go fast. But ultimately, I'm going to go as low and slow as I need to in order to get this stuff out. But in this scenario, again, don't fight the scenario. We're going to say that this morning, your technical folks are reviewing logs and start to see some unusual traffic, okay? And what I always tell people, and I know there's lots of tools out there, but I'm old school, so I always looked at as a CIO, I always got a report about the top 10 talkers in my organization every single day. And over time, I kind of got a feel for who should be passing, and every once in a while you'd have somebody show up on there that would be out of, not ordinary person, and then we'd kind of look at it and we'd understand why, right? And if we didn't, we'd investigate. But essentially, you want to kind of know who those top 10 talkers are in your organization, and you need to kind of have that baseline so that when you see somebody, maybe an administrative assistant or somebody like that who doesn't have a lot of data that's going out on in huge amounts at a given time, and then all of a sudden they pop up on the chart as one of your top talkers, to go and look at that, right? So in this particular case, you've got a lot of top talkers, and you got a lot of data leaving the organization. All right, so I want you guys to talk about real quick, first of all, for the technical folks, I want you guys to think about how do you figure out whether data is being exfiltrated? What do you do if there is data being exfiltrated? If you're a non-technical person, talk about the ramifications of data being exfiltrated, right? And let me know if you think that this is an event or an incident yet, okay? Let's see here. Use cell phone time. I've got 12:37, it just changed. So let's go to actually 12:45. Just let you guys talk amongst yourself until 12:45. Okay, I have 12:45. So real quick, I'm going to pick on somebody in the back here, up in the, there we go. Right, there you go. I've got a volunteer, even better. All right, so do you think this is an event or an incident? Yep. What's on the slide right now? Would you consider this an event or an incident? You're the decision maker. You get to make the call. It's an event? Not an incident yet? You're not worried about this yet? Okay. You want to change your answer? Okay, all right. So we'll go with the incident then. Okay, so yeah, I would say, I mean, obviously if you, there's my crutch word, if this data isn't data that you have purposely going out of your organization, you are probably at an incident, so good answer. All right, so again, remember, in reality, this probably would have happened months, days before this, right? But, boom. All right, so a couple hours later, so your technical team's in there, their hair's on fire, they got all this data exfiltrating, they're trying to do all this forensics and figure out what's going on, and then 9 o'clock, all your users are starting to show up at work. Hopefully you guys don't come in at 8, 7, 6, 5, whatever, right? So hopefully you guys start the day at 9. And so 9 o'clock, you guys are starting to roll in. People are starting to try to log on, and this is what shows up on every one of the screens in the entire organization. Okay, so it's basically a ransomware note. Now, I'll tell you these things change. I'll also tell you that I can get past your antivirus by just changing one little piece of this ransomware note, and I can get right by. So a lot of the software out there that protect your computers, actually, they use the signature from the notes themselves. So that's a fun fact for you for the day. But ultimately, what you need to know is that the ransomware, just as my esteemed colleagues here this morning spoke about, they vary based on the actor. They usually, it's kind of their mark, if you will. They have a certain ransom note that shows up. They used to do something that I enjoy, or not enjoyed, but I appreciated, which was that they gave you a dark web link to go to. And most of you don't know how to get to the dark web, right? I know, some of you probably do. But most of my adult audiences, they usually don't know, right? And so, but basically, they would give that link, and then, people would try to click it because they're really curious. They just want to know what the ransom is, and then that's how they would essentially, they wouldn't be able to get there, and it would all be good. Because if you don't know this, a lot of times the clock doesn't start until you contact the adversary, right? So some of them, you're right, some of them do put the clocks up there and they start right away. But in reality, what they think is they're hitting you on a weekend, they're hitting you on a holiday. You may not see this for days. They're not going to start a clock that's 24 hours that's going to expire before you even get there, right? So that's why they don't start that clock until you contact them. The part that I don't like is now they realize that you guys don't know how to get to the dark web, so they don't give you a dark web link anymore. They actually give you a phone number, an email, that sort of thing to contact them. And a lot of you know how to email and you know how to make calls, so you do that and you call them and that starts your clock. But just know that, right? The minute you contact the actor is when that clock starts. So if it says in 96 hours, if it says 72 hours, you can buy yourself some time. You can get a game plan together. You can go check your backups and give yourself a little bit more time if you don't contact them right away, all right? So just tame that curiosity, wait, get your game plan together, check your backups, and then contact the adversary. And usually, quite frankly, it's usually me or an insurance company that will contact for you. Typically, we try to keep you guys from going directly to them if we can. All right? Let's see. So here, this is actually pretty cheap. They almost always ask for Bitcoin because they don't want currency being passed around in terms of like US dollars or anything. So it's usually always Bitcoin, but sometimes it just varies, right? Here, it does have a countdown on this one. And what else do I want to tell you here? I think that's about it. They always have an urgency, so they always have some type of clock, whether it's visual where you see it, or they just tell you a certain amount of time from the time that you see it. And then this is the next thing I would tell you, especially for the adults in the room. This is one thing that I'll tell you. And for the younger generation here, for you guys, if you're at work and this happens, don't go on social media and tell the world that you've been hacked, okay? But for the adults in the room, make sure you have a policy in place that tells employees what to do if you have been hacked, right? Because what I see a lot of times is you have that red screen pop up on the computer, and then, you know, I mean, the entire organization sees it at the same time, right? They're all coming into work, they all see it. Some of them are telling each other, you know, don't bother coming in, we're hacked. Some are telling their spouses, their kids, their aunts, their uncles, their best friends, whatever, right? But some of you are going right onto social media, and you guys are fast. I don't even know how you guys get on social media that fast and post that stuff. But it's amazing to me, right? And so, I mean, I'm not even thinking about putting on social media, and you guys are, like, all over the place, all right? So, so just understand that, think about that, make sure you have a policy in place, and make sure employees know what to do. What I see a lot of times is the business, or not, maybe not business, but the decision makers, the leaders in the organizations are so wrapped up in dealing with the media and the ramifications of this type of stuff that they're not even able to deal with the actual incident at hand, right? Because they're so caught up in all the other messes that have been created because people didn't have a policy in place. So again, I'm kind of jumping ahead here, but I just wanted to give you guys a couple of things to talk about as we move into this next session, and let you guys kind of ponder, like, what are the next steps? What do we do now? You've just been hit with ransomware. You basically have, you know, you tell me whether your employees posted it on social media or not. I don't know. If you don't have a policy, probably somebody told someone and it's out there now, and you're going to be dealing with that. But what are your proposals to either clean that mess up, or if you had a policy in place, what do you tell your employees? They're clearly not doing work today. Do they go home? Are there manual processes in place that they're going to help with? Do they know what they are? Do you have to teach them how to do those manual processes, or have you rehearsed them? Those sorts of things, all right? So let's see. I got, excuse me, I got 12:52, and let's give you guys, this one's a pretty big one, so let's come back at, let's let you guys talk about it and come back at 1:15, okay? So that gives you a little over 20 minutes to kind of talk through, and I'll be circulating around too, but just talk about, if you're technical, talk about technical things you're doing at this point. If you're non-technical, hopefully there's a mixture at your table. If there's not, that's okay. I can play the other role for you if you want. But essentially talk through the things that are going to happen now that 9 o'clock in the morning of a day of work, so it's not a weekend, that you guys have ransomware, and then, like I said, make sure you talk about the social media side of it. 1:15. right, so we're a couple minutes over here, but there were a lot of good discussions. We have some overachievers and we have some underachievers out there. So trying to keep everybody engaged here. Remember, you're only going to get out of it what you put into it, but it's all good. So a lot of good discussions, though. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to allow you guys to kind of think. I can take this guy around here. You guys can tell me if it's not the case, but I can use this guy, right? All right, so we're going to have just one or two people. I'll pick a couple tables, probably the ones that I didn't come and give you answers to. But any volunteers in terms of tables that want to talk? This guy? All right. He volunteered you. Okay. All right, so tell us what you're thinking, a little bit of what you guys talked about, that sort of thing.
So dealing with that kind of question, it's asking kind of two-part ways. We kind of thought with social media, it's a bad way if you are getting hacked to let other people know, because then those hackers can get into your account, know those other people, and then get into them a lot faster and easier. While telling someone, it's people only that are going to be helping you, no one else. Because like I said, it's an easier way for them to get boat traffic in and out to like different networking and hack more people.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you. All right, let's go to the other side of the room for the ransomware part of the question. So we'll talk through, you guys are trying not to make eye contact with me. Somebody at this table. You don't like look away when they come by. It's like a dead giveaway that you don't want to talk. You just stare me down, act like you want to talk to me. You don't want to answer? Somebody's going to answer. We'll do push-ups until somebody breaks. Come on, what did you guys talk about? What are we going to do for ransomware? Did you guys talk about it or not? You can be honest. All right, fair enough. I appreciate that. You're going to be up next, though, so be ready on the next question. All right. Let's see here. Here we go. You guys are trying. But you're grinning as I walked by, so who wants it? I'm not giving you guys a pass, too. Somebody talked about it or thought about it.
None of us are technical, so we.
That's okay. You don't have to be technical.
About this whole ransomware thing.
All right. Well, if you had a business and you had ransomware that was launched in your business, what would you do?
Probably just send people home.
And close down? Go out of business?
Well, until it's figured out, yeah.
But who's figuring it out?
All the tech people, you guys.
Oh, okay. So you're going home and resting and relaxing while I work my butt off.
Yeah.
Nice. That's why you hire people? Guess what? I'm quitting. All right. Okay, so we got a group that didn't want to talk about ransomware. Now we got a group that's just going to send everybody home and probably go out of business because I'm going to quit and not help them recover. All right, so anybody else want to talk about it? How about back here? There we go. One brave soul.
Well, I said like when they're like the employees are like they're supposed to be working, I'd say instead if they can't because they can't work, I said to have like a meeting or something, like discussing about how like you can't really post about like say you've been hacked or whatever. You can't like say that the business has been hacked and they can't like go home and tell their families that like directly, but say kind of either maybe like give like it's just a security issue, or say that they have been hacked, but just say do not tell the people at home that not to post anything about it. So
Okay. So you went back to the one about the social media piece. And guys, listen, there's no right or wrong answers here, okay? It's really about whatever you guys talked about. It's really getting you guys to think through this and understand what's happening and how you're going to react. And again, for the most part, I know you think that you're going to send everybody home, and in some cases you may, depending on your organization. But in reality, there's probably a lot of things that need to happen, and a lot of people need to start to kind of work through those manual processes, right? Hopefully you've already kind of You already have a plan, people understand that, but most likely you're training them how to do manual processes because a lot of them aren't going to know how to do that stuff, right? How many of you guys can read a map and get from point A to point B without your GPS? Good answer. All right, so, and for my table, you guys know I'm coming for you on the next one, right? So you guys are going to actually talk? All right, you're ready. Okay, so this, I'm not going to walk up there and change the slide because I know what the slide says, but I'm just going to ask this question, and I'm going to let you guys talk about it for a minute, and then I'll go to my table that promised to answer this question. But so a couple things to think about. For those of you that are non-technical, we're going to say you're the decision makers, right? Let's say for some reason that it didn't, I told you it hit your entire network, right? But what if it didn't hit your entire network? What if it only hit a portion of your network? The young lady I had here this morning, she apparently didn't like what I said because she left me or she moved. But remember, basically, you know, she had access into my environment, right? So that's really, you know, it's one of those things where when she saw somebody else come into the environment, then she dropped the encryption. Maybe she didn't get your entire environment. Okay, so maybe there is a portion that's still working. For your technical people, maybe they're able to kind of lock things down. Maybe they sever it from the internet. What do we do? And I talked to a couple of tables about this, but what do we train you guys to do when something's not working right on your computer or your phone? What is it? Somebody up there. I'll pull you guys in here. What do we train you guys to do when your computer and your phone aren't working properly? Reboot, right? Restart, reboot. All right. And especially in ransomware, but really in any type of incident-worthy event, you do not want to reboot. All right? There's something else you can do. And I know I gave you some of the answers, so those of you that I gave the answers, if nobody answers, you can jump in here. But what can you do? If I don't want you to reboot because you're going to destroy forensic evidence, right? All that all the memory basically that has all the forensic evidence in there. I don't want you to destroy that, and you will if you reboot. So what's something else I can do to kind of destroy, or I guess sever the reach of the adversary into that network or that machine? Or basically turn off the internet or get the internet disconnected, right? So at the technical level, you guys can sever the internet. At the user level, you guys can go either airplane mode or you can just disconnect the network cable, right? So those are ways to basically sever. If I'm a bad guy and I'm going to grab the hood here, and I'm not going to really. Look at her protecting her. That's good. All right, so if I grab the hood here, right, as soon as she unplugs that network cable or turns off the connection, then I have to let go. I don't have a choice because she's brushed me off and I no longer have reach. Now, anything that I did to her may be still lasting, right? If I scheduled tasks, something to happen later in time, or if I encrypted all the data, then obviously that's still there, but ultimately I have no ability to do any more damage, right? So that's just something to think about. So for the young man in the back who said, "Hey, I'm gonna get everybody together and tell them what they need to do." How am I going to do that if they don't have access to the network? I don't have email. What if they're in several buildings? Or what if they're in several locations? They're not even geographically located. The network's down, right? Or potentially they have no access to their computers, right? So is there other ways? How am I getting kind of mass messages to people about these things if I don't already have a plan in place and I haven't rehearsed, right? All right. So what's that? You want it? Okay, I'll let you answer. Look at that. I love when you guys volunteer other people to answer.
Well, you go out of band, right? So at this point, you're going to choose some other medium. And everyone here already is part of their school system where they just send out mass texts for whatever school issue they have, whatever like that. You just have that with your organization.
Perfect.
So we're going to use text messaging.
Okay.
Text messaging, what?
Until I get your phone number and I pay $13 to get your text. No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. You'll still get it too. Don't worry. You'll never know that I'm there. All right. So again, you know, there are certain things, sometimes, like I said, that sometimes the adversary, let me ask you this. Let's say it is like a nation state of China type environment, not saying that China is the only one that does this, right? But let's say you have an adversary in your environment and it wasn't a ransom note. What if it's just your IT guys are that good, right? They reviewed the logs. They're starting to see a little bit of exfiltration. They're starting to see some, you know, some traffic that looks a little different from their. They actually have a baseline, right? It's a crazy concept, but you know, they have a baseline of what right looks like, and then they are able to actually identify that there's something that looks anomalous. And so, do you let the bad guy know that you're there? That you know that they're there? Sorry. Do you tip them off and let them know? Right? So do you have a playbook that tells you what to do? Right? And think about that. What would you do? What if, whether you're technical or non-technical, let's just say if you're non-technical in the room, your technical folks just came to you and told you that they think that you have an adversary on the inside. There's nothing, there's no ransom note, there's nothing. They just think that they've got some significant proof that there is somebody on the inside, right? Or, you know, maybe it's maybe you see them starting to encrypt data, whatever it is, right? As a non-technical person, what are the decisions you're making about that situation? If you're a technical person, what do you do when you see that, right? Do you panic? I was telling one table, we had one incident where we had 2 administrators. That's all they had. It's 2 admins, sysadmins. Maybe one was a network admin, one was sysadmin, I don't know. But regardless, there were only 2 of them. And they called me just at the beginning of the incident, right? And one of them, and please, if you, for whatever reason, if you are this organization, do not feel like I'm not going to say your name, but don't feel like I'm picking on you, because I'll tell you that most of the stories I tell because it's happened several times and not just one. Okay, so I'll just do that disclaimer real quick. All right, so 2 admins. One admin had access to their machine still, but he was literally moving his mouse because he had lost his admin credentials and had no way of getting back into that machine, right? And then secondly, the other one, he had lost complete admin access across the environment. And they were both in a full panic, right? And I'm not making fun of them, because I'm sure in that same situation, I was looking at the problem from a different lens. So I had, you know, it wasn't my environment. It was a little bit easier for me to keep, you know, to be calm and think through things and get them in the right spot. But that they lost, essentially, if you're an administrator, you're a technical administrator, your admin rights are kind of your tool. Like that's how you do your job, right? And you could name any profession, and we could probably say what their tool was, their specific tool. But a technical person's tool is their administrative rights. And so if you take those away, what happens, and how do you respond, right? And their response, the 2 of them, I think they were feeding off of each other, but was full panic. And I had to finally just kind of talk them down and talk through the options, right, of what they could do to regain those credentials. But that happens a lot. Let's talk a little bit before I move on to the next piece. Let's talk about insider threat, okay? And you heard a little bit about that this morning, but I just want to take you guys a little further into that, because if you don't know, on the dark web, they actually recruit insider threats. Okay, so this morning when I did this scenario and talked a little bit about, you know, the young lady who basically had come into my environment, bought access into my environment, right? Maybe she paid $100,000 for my access into my environment. So she paid the access broker $100,000. All right? But let's say, I'm going to pick on my table that didn't have an answer for me. Let's say one of these young men, right, sits on the inside, and he may be disgruntled. He may not be. He may just need a quick buck, right? He just needs a few dollars. He's got a car that he wants to buy, whatever it is, right? And he goes on the dark web and sees that, hey, if I click a link, if I open an attachment, I can make $50,000. All I got to do is pretend like it was a mistake. I just got to click a link. I got to open an attachment. I got to plug a USB into the back of a printer. Printers sit out and open all the time. Nobody will even know it was me, right? So there's a lot of of ways that you can have kind of that deliberate, right, insider threat type, and you guys get a new car, $50,000. I buy you a car? Not quite, not the one you want, but it may give you a good start on one, right? Okay, so basically that's it's a real thing. They go out there and they recruit. There are advertisements out there for organizations in the United States on the dark web that say, hey, if you will do an insider threat attack for us, we will pay you X number of dollars. All right. There are also insiders that just, and they talked about this morning, but just you pissed them off, right? Like they're not happy. People aren't, the leaders aren't keeping an eye on that type of thing and addressing those disgruntled folks and either getting rid of them or addressing their legitimate claims, whatever the case may be. But bottom line is, if they're kind of left unaddressed for a while, they may end up, deciding that they're going to do something. And honestly, probably about 30 to 40% of the time, it's an insider threat that's not really a legitimate insider threat. It's an accident, right? We all know the deal. Some of these people are really good at the social engineering attacks, and they'll send you even I could fall for that, right? And I see it every day. I see people do it. In pen test, I have to do it, and I still could fall for it. So none of us are exempt from that, or even in a moment of haste, right? You're moving really quick, and you accidentally do something that you normally wouldn't do. I will tell you a couple of things. One is that if they are trying to rush you to make a quick decision, either change a bank account, do something real quick, that's probably a good indicator that they use that against us, right? Our value of time and urgency. And we always want to, a lot of us want to do things to help people, so they will play on human nature that way. I'm getting way off track, but anyway, so just be aware of that. I will tell you, I've been in an investigation on the military side of an insider threat. It was not my organization. I was pulled in to do the investigation, and one, it was very hard for us as investigators to actually, accept the fact that somebody on the inside could do that to an organization. And then secondly, when we actually had the proof and could prove that was somebody on the inside doing this nefarious thing, it was trying to convince, I'm going to have to get a drink of water, I'm sorry. Trying to convince the organization that they had an insider. It's really difficult. Sorry. All right. So think about that for a second and think through, again, same thing with the other one, with insider threat. You don't always want to let them know that you know, right? Or if you're starting to look at them closely, starting to investigate, you don't want to tip them off either, right? And so it's a consideration. And so let's take about 5 minutes. I don't want to spend too much time on this because I think this one's I think that you don't really, until you experience, it's really hard to kind of imagine it. But let's go until 1:41 and just talk through kind of those scenarios a little bit, whether it's an insider threat that would actually, let's say this particular ransomware, what if it was somebody that clicked a link? Are you going to automatically assume that it wasn't nefarious? Do you think it is nefarious? How are you going to delineate? How are you going to handle that? And then on the technical side, are there things on the technical side that you could be thinking about? And I'm coming to you guys for the answer, okay? 5 minutes. All right. it back up. I'm actually not going to pick on my table here, but they actually talked about the question this time, so that's all I wanted. So thank you guys. All right. I don't like answering questions in public either, so I'm not going to make you guys do that if you don't want to. But bottom line is, what did you guys do? You pay the ransom or not? No? Okay. All right. Good call, at least from my side. No, there are some, I'm not going to dismiss the fact that there are business decisions where there may be a case where you need to pay the ransom, right? But for the most part, as I explained earlier with the different levels of extortion, they're criminals. There's no guarantee that you're actually going to get what you think you're paying for anyway. And even if you pay it, quite frankly, they may come back and ask for more and then just continue to drain you. So good call on the folks that said no. All right. Okay, so let's move along here. Okay, so this is really just, again, and I'm not sure if I said this to the group, but I did say it at least to a couple tables, but it's really about having, I would tell you that, you know, the information age is here and in our face, so you have got to control the message, okay? And that's really what I was trying to pull out on some of those questions, is you've got to have pre-scripted messages for some of this stuff, right? Just like your playbook. For your technical folks, they need to have kind of a general playbook for a lot of these different kind of scenarios. Business email compromise and ransomware are probably the two big ones that they at least have to have. Probably insider threat is another one. But for your non-technical people, for your leadership, your executives, for your public media personnel, they need to have pre-scripted messages so that they're not writing this on the fly. They're not thinking straight because they're dealing with a lot of other stuff. The last thing they need to do is figure out how to talk to the media about something like this. So if they do that in what I call peacetime, it's a lot easier to do that during wartime, right? So making sure this is really just kind of getting you guys to think through, you know, some of the things that you need to talk about. Obviously, if you have connected partners, giving them a courtesy notification to say, hey, you don't have to tell them we've been hacked unless you know for sure that you've been hacked and you want to just be totally honest with them, right? But if you're looking into something, if you're investigating something and you're not sure, but you have a sneaking suspicion that something, you know, nefarious has happened, maybe if you have vendors or you have connections to other networks, maybe if schools, you know, if you're at a school and you have connections to other schools, just giving somebody the courtesy to know that, hey, we're looking into something, we're investigating something, you may want to sever your connection with us temporarily, right? The other thing is to know what resources you have, right? You have a lot of resources at your disposal. Again, I can, you know, depending on the threshold, there's different thresholds, so I'm not going to promise you I'm going to show up with like a whole army of people that are going to help you do incident response, but I have the ability to help coordinate for some of those responses or response resources if you want them. If you don't want them, obviously I'm not going to do anything that you don't want, but we certainly have a lot of reach back to a lot of capabilities to help you. In some cases, having out-of-band network connectivity and out-of-band systems is a good idea, right? You're not going to be able to field it for the entire organization, right? So whether it's your high school, your college, your business, your county, you know, whatever it is, you're not going to be able to get everybody, but maybe there's a couple of key players that you need to have a couple of off-network machines and maybe I can't advocate for any product. I'm just throwing an option out there, but like a cradle point or something, right? Something else we can do, if you're a big university and you have no connectivity, we may be able to bring cell on wheels, they're called cows, but no one ever knows what I'm talking about when I say bring cows to an incident. So you know, cell on wheels to the incident so that we can give you a little bit of internet connectivity because, again, everybody's going to be using their phones because their networks, you know, their computers aren't working. So then you're going to start having saturation of that network too, right? So just kind of get you guys to think about some of the other things that you need to be coordinating for in advance, things that you need to be thinking about. Again, what I typically do is set up a meeting. I have knowledge from dealing with this stuff on a day-to-day basis, but I don't sit there and study each actor in depth like some of these other agencies do. So a lot of times, if we do know the actor or we suspect we know the actor, and I think I told you this morning, but we will set up a quick call for you. And again, you're really busy, so it's not going to be very long. But we'll basically set up a call for those different intelligence agencies to give you a little bit of insight into that particular actor so that you can, if they do use PowerShell, you can start looking at, the PowerShell commands that are being run in your environment, or, whatever it is. I could give you 1,000 examples there, but really just kind of get a feel for what that actor is. And if we don't know, then obviously there are some other things that we may just give you a little bit of insight into whatever the type of attack. Again, the two most common, business email compromise, which is just as prevalent as ransomware. It's just not as sexy. It doesn't hit the whole organization doesn't feel it, so that it usually doesn't get the media attention that ransomware does. Still running behind on time. Don't look at these times. Actually, the timing's all jacked up anyway. But this one is really, and I've already talked to you guys about this, but this is really just kind of giving you guys, I kind of gave you the answers to the test before I gave you the test. So this is really just kind of talking about how usually about 30 to 45 days after the incident, which is right about when you guys are just starting to catch your breath again, right? Technical people are actually sleeping decent hours at night again, actually going home maybe, and probably eating decently again, maybe. It depends on how big the organization is. But usually about the 30, 45-day mark is when people are slowly starting to get back to work and get back to business. And then somebody like me, somebody from the Fusion Cell, maybe one of the intelligence agencies reach out to you and tell you that, hey, you've got a bunch of stuff. Remember that, all that exfiltration that your technical people saw in those logs? It's all sitting on the dark web. So now what? Right? What do you do? Okay, so there are some regulatory reporting requirements for some of this stuff, depending on what it is, right? Depending on what type of organization you are and what kind of information was exfiltrated. So that's the first thing, is knowing that piece. But just understand that this is almost a guarantee if you got hit with ransomware for sure. And in most instances, I mean, they're getting smart enough. If they're after money, this is probably going to happen. Unless, and we have had cases where they trip up and they're not. Sometimes you guys have such terrible bandwidth of your organizations that they can't get the stuff out of there fast enough. It's a beautiful thing, right? So, all right. That's a true story, actually. So this is just an indication to show you guys that they do post shame documents. They use lots of different tactics in how they do this. Sometimes they post shame documents of your executive, your CEOs, and those C-suite folks, so that they know that they're probably going to have access. They're not going to be on the dark web, but they're going to have access to whatever's out there and see it, and they'll put stuff of theirs out there. I've actually seen them put a technical person's family's information up there because they thought that the technical person would go there. I was actually the person that went there and gave it to him, and then he panicked because he was like, this is my wife, this is my son, this is my daughter. But basically, they show proof that they have stuff. The one thing that if I come on site and help you with your incident, a lot of times I'll coach you to ask them for specific documents. Because sometimes they'll get a few documents and they'll post those. They'll say that they have terabytes and terabytes of data. They know how much data you had, so they tell you the right number, and you guys just automatically assume they know how much I have, they gave me shame documents, they have it all. And in most cases, they know how much document or data that you had, and they know how much they needed to get. They didn't get done, right? And they only have a few documents. And so if you ask them for specific documents and they don't deliver, then most likely, you've got a little bit of an upper hand on the situation. All right. And I want to have a little bit of time here at the end. So media always comes in and runs your day. So this is, I was going to have you guys talk a little bit about the media outlets. I got some tables that don't want to play, so I won't pick on you guys. But ultimately, you're going to have to deal with this most likely, especially in a ransomware. The media loves ransomware. Okay, this one I want to share with you guys real quick before we wrap up. And this is really talking about, again, I'm not trying to pick on the insurance companies. They've gotten a lot better. I wasn't a fan of theirs for a long time because they made my life really difficult to help you guys. But ultimately, I think we're starting to play nicer together. But in this case, we had an organization. It was SJ Computers. They got hacked. I'm sure they were making business decisions on how to handle the incident based on the fact that they essentially were covered. So they thought they had a deductible for their insurance, and they were going to basically, enact their insurance and use that for the rest of the incident. So let's call it, I don't know, $20,000 deductible, right? So I'm making this up. It's not, I'm just making up a number. So SJ computers, they get compromised. They've got a $20,000 deductible. They do the math. It's going to cost about $600,000 to actually deal with the incident. And so they're like, okay, $20,000, $600,000, too easy. That's an easy decision, right? They go ahead and say, okay, insurance company will go ahead and for whatever reason, I'm losing the word right now, but we'll retain you and we'll pay our deductible and move on. Okay, so they incur $600,000 in loss, and then they go to the insurance company and file it, and the insurance company gives them $100,000. They're like, wait, hold up. No, we spent $600,000 on this incident. It wasn't. So they went to court over it, and basically in the fine print always, in the insurance policy, it said that if it was a social engineering attack, it capped out at $100,000 coverage. Computer fraud would obviously have been covered, but in this case, somebody clicked a link, so it was considered social engineering. So they only got covered for $100,000, and the court saw it that way too, right? Because it was in writing. So essentially, just be aware. That's why I say have your insurance policies printed out in hard copy in your incident response binder, and have somebody that, not me. I make fun of my oldest daughter who's going to law school. They talk a language just like the technical lees. They talk lawyerese, and I don't understand it, but have somebody that understands that language read the fine print and understand that exactly what you're covered before you're making those decisions. Because I promise you, or at least I can't promise you, but I suspect that there were different decisions that would have been made had they known that they were only going to get $100,000 of that back, right? That they weren't going to be out $500,000. So, all right. So now it's your time. And I'll start with the table that I picked on. So critique. Was this helpful today? The things that I talked about this morning, or I don't care whether you talk about this morning. This is my lessons learned from my incident, right? My incident is being here with you guys, and I'm doing a lessons learned. And I have thick skin, so tell me what I did wrong. If I talk funny, I don't really care. I'm not going to change it, but I appreciate your input, so tell me. And I do talk funny, that's okay. But you can tell me again. But basically, just want to hear your input, especially for needs improvement. I appreciate any sustains, but that's not really how we get better. We get better by figuring out what we need to do better. So I got a lot of people with lots of opinions in here, so let me hear them. Anybody from your table right there, you guys got anything? Not call on you when you don't answer a question? Okay, that's fair. Yep, that's fair. So his comment, I know I'm not walking around the audience here with a mic, so I'll just repeat it real quick, is when I put them on the spot, remember I said that the next slide was going to be the question, but I didn't put the question up. So just making sure that I keep my slide in sync with the questions that I'm asking you guys. Good call. All right. Anybody else? Is this what you thought you came here to listen to, or did you think it was going to be something different? Different? Okay. Good, bad, indifferent? Okay. All right. Anything else that you would have liked to have seen? Something that you were expecting that I didn't do? Anybody up there? Just want to go home? Yeah? All right. That's fair. All right. Well, this is what I'll tell you. Thank you guys for your time. My information is here. Let me put it on here real quick. And there's my email and my phone number. I do have business cards. I promised somebody one, and I'll get it to you here in a second. And I do have physical, old school business cards if you guys want it. So I'll get those to you. But there's the kind of the digital version. I don't do QR codes because QR codes are just like clicking links, right? so I'm not going to do that to you. But there you go. If you need to reach out to me, if you have questions. I do have a Padawan packet. I love Star Wars, so I have something called a Padawan packet. It's not very, what's the word? Polished is probably the best way to say it, but it has a lot of good resources in there in terms of, I try to do mainly free stuff for you guys, especially this is mainly for the younger generation, but obviously for those of you that, any age, if you're interested, if you shoot me an email, I'll shoot you guys the Padawan package. But seriously, any questions, concerns, please look out for the older generation out there that doesn't know this stuff like you guys do, okay? I told you guys I get calls every day about them, losing their life savings. That's your inheritance. So you have an invested interest in being champions of this stuff and making sure that they don't, that they're educated and they understand this stuff. But thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it. I'll be around for just a few minutes. I have another engagement to speak at, so I'll be jetting pretty soon. But if you have questions, I'll be up front.
Thank you, Taryn. I believe the microphone's falling over. I believe our Millstream students are heading out now. We'll let them go ahead and clear out. Then there are just some opportunities if you want to talk with today's sponsors about potential internships or do some open networking. That's an opportunity for you here in the next half hour or so. right, if we can have everybody who's here, if you want to come forward, we'll have a chance to talk to our sponsors, again, some open networking. Helen will run this portion of everything. We'll just have everybody kind of come down into this area. That means you guys up there. Here you go. I don't know if you guys need the microphone or not.
Sure. Sure. Let me get them to talk.
Well, thank you for having
Thank you
us
very
today.
much.
Appreciate it.
Oh, wait, actually, hold that a second. I got to get his
experience before you
Oh,
get a
she's
job.
got a little something for
So
you.
then you get a job in IT.
How you doing?
How you doing? I'm doing great. Where's the chamber?
Yes. We are downtown, right behind the Premier Bank building.
The Chamber of Commerce?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Now I get it.
Of like 700 members or so. Yeah, I get talked into like talking at all of them apparently. So, well, thank you. I appreciate it. No problem.
No, we really do appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Have a good day.
Right, bye now. Kind of in various corners here.
Hiding.
Yeah, they're hiding. They're hiding.
Yeah, I was wondering what are the trends?
Okay, so we'll talk about that. All right, so we'll talk about that.
So what I've seen in Ohio, and I'm just speaking for Ohio, is since the Russia-Ukraine conflict, now I think that that is going to change over time. Yes.
All right, so who have I got left here? Okay, I don't know. All right, I'm going to come up here. Okay. Oh, that's her. That's her.
But yeah, if you want to shoot me on but I'll take it.
Okay. So this last part of the session is to do with continuing the conversation and talking about professional opportunities. So I'm assuming those of you who are still here in the room are either folks that maybe have positions available at your companies or are looking to see what the next crop of talent looks like, or maybe some of you are students who are looking to gain opportunities and you want to get some advice about how to pursue something in this field. So this is a more informal part of the day where we're looking for people who'd like to talk and people who have questions to ask and people who are willing to answer them. So do I see I've got some of my certificate recipients who are getting ready to go. So do you have any advice for us, Espen and Katie, about getting that job and moving out into the workplace? I'm going to come over here. Advice?
Just apply.
Are there lots of jobs?
There are quite a few.
Quite a few. So just figure out what you want
Yeah.
and go after it.
Yeah.
Okay. That seems pretty easy, right? How about you, Katie? What have you got to contribute? Advice for them.
I don't know. Just apply for the job that you, even if you don't think you're qualified, just to get your name out there.
Just to get in there and get
Yeah.
the interview and, okay. All right. Any questions for Katie and Espen? They look like they're trying to make that exit, so I'm going to let them go. Okay. All right, capstone students who are still sitting over here. Advice for our students? You don't have jobs yet, so you don't have any advice. Do you have questions for the people in the audience here who maybe might be potential hiring folks for you? Questions? It's a chance. Ashton, you got a question?
I have a question?
Yeah, Ashton, do you have a question?
Not particularly.
No, not particularly. Okay. Are you ready to share with people your adventure with cybersecurity and writing about it? All right, we're going to let Ashton tell a little story here.
What all do you want me to explain?
Just tell them what you did. Tell them what you did and what you got to.
Okay.
Just by trying.
So, yeah, good example. My name is Ashton Moore. I'm a junior. I'll be a senior next semester. For those of you who don't know, Malwarebytes, the company, an anti-malware organization, they have a scholarship every year that they have offering for students in STEM to write a paper, normally relating to cybersecurity. I applied. This is my second time. It's an international scholarship, so 10 students in the world win, and luckily I was one of the winners. So they give away $100,000 every year, and they split it down to $10,000 per student who won. So just by applying, writing an essay, putting the time in, again, it's 500 words, got me $10,000 to help me pay for school. So kind of like the two other students were stating, you honestly just have to give effort, try, just take a step forward, honestly. Just take the risk, because it's your time, but, the reward could be so much better. So that's what I would say. But
Thank you. See, I wanted him to share that. I think that's really pretty amazing because Malwarebytes is a pretty big company. How many of you know Malwarebytes? Right? You've seen that company before, right? So he's on their website. So the University of Findlay is listed along with places like Carnegie Mellon and MIT, and those are some of the winners are from schools like that. So makes the University of Findlay look very, very good. So thank you, Ashton, for stepping forward and trying. So just go step forward and try, right? That's an important thing. All right, some of my business folks, do you have something to say? Adam, do we have jobs in SG Tech? Do you have? Oh, internships. Talk about your internships. What do your interns do?
So our interns are usually electrical engineers. We bring them on for maybe 6 months, a year or two, and they work very cheap, and then they find a better job usually. But if they're willing to stay, we'll certainly let them.
So again, that's that chance to get that experience, right? Because if you get that degree but you don't have experience, it's hard to get the job. So an internship is a great way to get that initial experience. And yeah, you may not make a lot of money on it, but you do get that chance to start on that path, right? Very good, thank you, Adam. And your company, Adam, tell us about your company. What do they do?
So our company is called Systems Group Technologies, and we are a SCADA company. So we'll take factory machinery, say at Abercrombie & Fitch, and they've got a factory line that's running clothes along it. We give them a computer interface for that line. We give them reporting tools so that they can see how many products they reported in, say, a month. If there are any problems, we send them notifications with alarms, make sure the machines stay up and running, that sort of thing. And that applies to most of the world. So that can be just about any company.
Thank you. And you are one of our big sponsors this time, too. So thank you very much to Systems Group Technologies. All right. And I do want to thank again our sponsors. We had Centricom and Systems Group Technologies, and GJM were our big sponsors, and the Alliance, the Chamber, has certainly always been a big supporter of our event. All right. Who am I missing? Are there more employers? Susan, do you have anything to say about Centricom? Interns. Interns, opportunities, advice.
Advice. Well, I'm the marketing manager, so I always say I know enough just to be dangerous when it comes to the IT world. But yeah, we always look for great people to come work for us, and we do have a lot of people that come right out of high school. And we have some that come out with 2-year degrees or 4-year degrees. So we're always looking for to have some good people in our pipeline. So, apply and come and talk to Nick. He's our director of operations. So, yeah. And if you haven't, Lynn's been floating around here. So if you haven't had a chance to talk to our president, she enjoys talking and meeting everybody and just talking about the opportunities that we have available. Sure.
Again, thank you also for being a sponsor for us this year and many years, all along. All right. Anybody else? Employers, students with questions, employers with questions, things you want to ask the students. This is your chance. No? Are you guys all tired? Is that it? Are we ready to go home? Is that, you want to pack up and go? Okay. All right. If there are no further questions, no further comments from anyone? Oh, we got a question. See, he was a former student. He always had good questions.
And sometimes that didn't help. For the employers, if there was a characteristic or a skill that you would look for, that you would say, I need to hire that, what would it be?
So most people haven't been trained in what they actually need to do in the real world, realistically. So if they can keep up when they're actually on site, they can understand what's happening and are willing to ask questions and learn. They don't have to learn quickly, but just being able to learn, being able to stay on top of things. And if you don't understand something, make sure you ask, because if you don't ask, you're never going to figure it out. So I'd say that's pretty important.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hi there to the students and people who are just graduating. There's an activity called the Ohio Cyber Reserve. Just like there's like an Ohio Naval Militia, there's an Ohio Cyber Reserve, which trains hard, which doesn't get paid, probably will lead to certs and clearances and requires a background check. But for people that are hands-on with a sense of public responsibility, when you get asked, respond. I mean, it's the Army, so they don't like market particularly well. There are 14,000 public entities in Ohio. None of them is protected particularly well. And, you know, they're all worried about the election coming up. So the Ohio Cyber Reserve, which is kind of a cousin to the Ohio Cyber Range, would like to hear from you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yes, there are lots of opportunities to get experience and get your foot in the door with people, make those connections, do that networking. So hopefully you had a chance to do some networking here today, talk to some people that you didn't know before you got here today, and made some good connections. Anybody else with comments or things that you would like to add, questions you'd like to ask? Anyone else? Well, then I would like to thank everyone for attending and for all of your contributions. Next year, we've already got the room reserved for the last Wednesday in October, so October 25th, 2023. Please come back and join us again. All right, thank you very much. Have a wonderful afternoon.